me a favor, drop your good mornings in the chat. Drop them in the chat. Where are you chiming in from today? Good morning. Let's get this chat box rocking. Let's get our microphones muted if you would, because we have a little bit of time to warm up and you're going to want to enjoy every single minute of it. I kicked off EXPCon this week, and it's been a privilege and an honor to serve all of you during this exciting week. And thank you for that. Just commentary, Theo. What a great message. I'm glad everybody had a chance to hear that. And thank you to Jen and our marketing team and our amazing agents and so many people for making this week so fantastic. Our keynotes have been phenomenal. Our morning MCs have been phenomenal. And that is going to continue this morning. So when I kicked things off on Monday, I talked about 3 words that I have written up on my whiteboard for this week. The first word was love. I just wanted to encourage you all to start the week off with love. I want to remind you to end the week with love, but don't ever stop giving love. Don't ever stop promoting love. Don't ever stop sharing love. The other word I had was hope. I wanted to remind you to give hope. I wanted you to represent hope. I wanted you to offer hope to others. And the third was excellence. I wanted to remind you to demonstrate excellence. I wanted you to know this conference was going to be excellent. I think it's indisputable. It absolutely has. In my mind, there is somebody who embodies all 3 of these words: love, hope, and excellence. She's an amazing contributor in her market, in her state. She gives back to her community in so many ways. She's a top level realtor, top ranked in her city, gives hope everywhere she goes. I want to say good morning and welcome the amazing Jill Liebernight. Morning, Jill.
Oh my goodness, Curtis. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh my goodness, Curtis. I have been having so much fun this week, but good morning, everyone. I got to kick things off with a little fun. Some of you know me. I'm a dancing queen, so join me here a little bit. Okay, good morning, friends. I want you to keep your avatar seated, but at home, I want you to get up and move. And for those of you who attended Tuesday's keynote by Jason Dorsey, guess what generation I'm from based on the music choice this morning? I'll give you a hint. I used to roller skate in the basement of my house to this tune. Come on, get up. I want to see you dancing at home. Gen X, you got it. Woohoo! Love it!
Oh, yeah.
Woohoo! Okay, all right, you guys guessed it. I'm a Gen X, the forgotten, figure it out, whatever generation. So welcome to our final day of EXPCon. Yeah! That's my best Gonzo impersonation, or so I'm told. But hello, everyone. I'm Jill Liebernight from Austin, Texas, known to my clients and community as Austin Agent Jill. But here at EXP, I'm agent number 761. Love that. Love to see all this growth today. Let me turn around so I can see you a little bit more. Sorry, I was side viewed. I got all excited about my dancing. Wow, look at this audience. Let me take you in. I want to breathe in and savor this beautiful moment. Whew, man, Glenn is right. EXP is made for connection. I mean, I sure do miss seeing you all in person, but know that I feel your energy, everyone, and I feel your presence. And friends, I gotta warn you, you are getting Jill after 4 days of what is usually a creative explosion for me. I learned years ago that conferences are like my creative reset time. And boy, did this conference not disappoint. Anyone else? Put in the chat matter. Anyone else find conference time a creative activity? Yeah. Conferences for me are like a stick in the river of thought. That river of thought that Duncan Wardle talked about at Monday's session. Gosh, man, there have been some great aha discoveries this week. I want to know keep your mic closed in the chat field. What have been your big takeaways from this week? Post them here in the chat. What have been your big takeaways? Reboot, vision is everything, energizing. Love it. Get back to clear. My purpose is clear. DeWitt Jones, yeah, absolutely. Huge. Yesterday's that my families, I'm talking to a lot of agent friends at EXP that are having their families watch that video. So absolutely, Guys, my big takeaway this week has been the true power time to think. One of those key creative habits that Duncan Wardle spoke about Monday. So some of you know, some of you might not know because I'm meeting lots of new people here today. I'm a classically trained actor, singer, dancer, married to a playwright and filmmaker. I have been surrounded by artists my entire life. I know the importance of thinking time. My husband and I teach and write about the power of daydreaming with our Daydream initiative. But man, this week took that lesson of time to think to a whole new level. I joined this company 5 years ago next week. Monday is my anniversary. Can you believe it? Like I said, agent number 761. When I met the full EXP family at shareholders in Bellingham, that little Bellingham, Washington, we had a shareholders there. I think maybe there were 600 people at the event. But guys, I knew I had found my creative family, and I have traveled through many chapters of passions. And as Curtis talked about, love here at EXP, from Power Girls to mentorship to technology in our Virbela campus, EXP University, the Icon program, learning about stocks for the first time in my life. Whew, that was new. Sometimes I felt more in tune than others, but I've always had a deep sense of knowing I had a place to explore at my fingertips. This week, the picture became clear. After 5 years of percolating and pondering my EXP why, you know that story that we all strive to share with others? Well, that why, it hit me. What we have, what Glenn and leadership have created, is an entrepreneurial playground. It's a park. Creatives to assemble and dream and innovate and unleash our purpose. That purpose and passion that Glenn and DeWitt spoke about this week, it can be found here in all sorts of platforms, and development to growth and leadership. I realized this week how horribly impatient I have been by daydreaming and creative time. I knew I had found my creative home in EXP, but I hadn't found the story and vision to personally describe it in a way that connected with me. So I was reminded again this week, sometimes ideas take time to reveal themselves. Sometimes it takes time to reveal. Just like it took me 4 years to redefine the work I do from real estate agent to real estate doula, and my role as community servant instead of sales agent, as my state describes me. And guys, if you don't know what a doula is, Google it. It's my personal explanation for the work that we do as realtors. For me, kind of like the car wash to auto spa. And these mind shifts took time for me to discover. But once they emerged, everything just clicked. And there was that fall in love moment that DeWitt talked about. Oh man, guys, I love hearing more about your ahas and your takeaways from this week. So keep posting them in the chat thread. Guys, our week of discovery isn't over. We have one more amazing speaker today. So let's kick this off. But before we begin, let's remember our helpful Auditorium tools. We've all been learning the stage zoom, like how to zoom in. We've all been learning how to mute, how important it is to really keep an eye on your microphone so we don't have any problems with our speakers, and the refresh button, and if you have problems, how easy it is to hop in and out of the auditorium, and to remember that we've got the live stream going. And guys, please promise me you will not leave this conference without getting an EXP selfie. You got to get a selfie. A, it's fun, and B, it's like the perfect and the greatest way to share your unique EXP story. And let's all give the biggest thank you and cheers to our preferred partners for the week. I'm a little hesitant to ask you to open up your mics for this, but I kind of feel like at the end of the week we should kind of be doing a little cheering.
Yes.
I feel like I should. Awesome. Yeah, guys, our preferred partners, they have really helped to create and support the foundation of this event, along with our staff, y'all. Our staff, they have been working hard. I'm a theater gal. These are like stage managers on steroids, these folks. They literally could work on Broadway. I'm telling you, and I've got a lot of friends that work on Broadway, and this staff could absolutely run a Broadway show. This staff also has another great afternoon of breakout sessions planned for us. Look at this. Like 8, I mean, I think Theo or someone was talking before I got started about how like there's so many things to choose from and asking if we were going to be recording them. So yeah, guys, don't miss this afternoon. Okay, now I'm going to do my little radio voice. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome to the stage our president of U.S. Growth and EXP Realty, Dave Conord. Woohoo, Dave!
Wow,
Dave
that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Did you like my little? I haven't had my full cup of coffee yet this morning, but that was my best like radio announcer voice.
You've got a voice for radio and a face for TV, so you've got the whole thing going. That's awesome. Thank you, Jill. Love your energy. This is so much fun. And you were mentioning, we at the same time right now we have 2 PA people up on the stage together.
For quality assurance and caller verification purposes.
Oh,
wow. They're recording.
There we
us. Got to be careful of what you say, Jill. So 2
Dave,
PA people in the house?
Yes. So audience, you need to know that Dave and I share something very special. We are both Keystoners. Do you all know what a Keystoner is? Anyone in the house? Yay, PA. Yes, we're Pennsylvania peeps. And so
this is different from the Colorado Keystoners, by the way.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes. So I have had this little dream and wish, and you are the perfect person to help me accomplish this. So I want to make history today at our final day at EXPCon, and I want to do a virtual wave. And for anyone here that knows about Penn State, I'm a Penn State grad. Dave, are you just a Penn State fan, or are you a Penn State grad? I couldn't remember.
I'm a Penn State fan. I graduated from the University of Maryland. Go Terps!
Woohoo! But I know we've got a lot of Penn Staters.
Got a lot of friends and family at Penn State. We got a lot of Penn Staters up here. Go
awesome.
Lions!
So for those of you, I'm sure you all have attended or witnessed some sort of sporting event or conference event where you see everybody stand up and sit down and create a wave with their hands. Well, you guys know we can't like actually stand up and sit down. We don't want to break verbella today before our awesome speaker. But I want to attempt to do our own EXP version of a wave. Okay, we're gonna do this real quick, and I'm gonna talk you through it. So audience, okay, and this is where I'm going to bring my theater terms in. So we're going to use house perspective orientation. If you are on the left side of the house, if you look at the screen and the screen is to your right, your house left, you're going to be my ones. I'm assigning you the number 1, okay? And those of you in the center section of the auditorium, you are my number 2s. I'm assigning you the number 2. Okay, and those of you on house right, on the right side of the auditorium, if you look at the screen and it's on your left, you're number 3. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to count it down. Okay, I'm going to do a classic 3, 2, 1, and then all the ones. Okay, someone's got a microphone open.
Okay, nobody's there. Is this
okay. Oh wait, we got it. Okay, so I'm going to count. I'm going to count you down, and then when it's time, the ones are gonna we're gonna flow really nice. All the ones are gonna post in the comment thread, and then the 2s, and I'll coach you through it. I'm a theater director, and then the 3s are gonna go, and we're gonna try to do our historic EXPCon virtual audience wave. We got this? Does everyone know their numbers? Left, house left 1s, center is 2s. Right or 3? No, you do not stand. We don't want to break verbella. You're just going to be posting. We're just going to be posting.
Just in the chat box.
We're just trying. I'm trying to be creative. I was a theater teacher. I like to try creative things. So I just thought this could be fun, and then we could all go tell people, oh yeah, we did the first virtual wave at our virtual conference today. It's just PR, folks. Just PR. Okay, so everybody ready? You know your number. Okay, I'm going to count it down. 3, 2, 1, and then the ones will start. Okay, love it. We're making history. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ones post. Look at that. Okay, and now the twos post. Look at that. Oh, this is perfect.
Oh, twos are on the game. Look at that.
Threes. Bring it home, threes. Bring it home. We got our wave. Woo! All right.
All right, send it back.
Done.
Send it back.
Woo! Oh, do we want to send it back? Okay, the ones.
Come on, send it back.
Ones.
Threes. We go back 3, 2, 1.
Ones. Now twos.
I messed
And
this all up.
threes. You're right, Dave. That should have been back. I did it totally backwards. Guys, woo! I'll do my cowbell again. That was awesome. I was a little worried.
More cowbell.
Sometimes more cowbell.
Always needs more cowbell.
I was a little worried we might have to do that 2 times, but you guys are like rock stars.
They
Total
are
rock
way
stars.
smarter than Jason said that they were. I'm just telling you.
Woo-hoo! Okay, so guys, Dave, will you help me introduce our final speaker this week? I think you might have a special connection with her.
I've got a connection with our next speaker, our last keynote speaker of the week. And so I'm very excited to announce this next person. Let me give you a little bit about our final speaker for the week. So our speaker today is the author of 4 books, and she also is currently co-authoring an additional book. It's going to be coming out in March, and she's co-authoring it with John Gordon. And those of you that were here last year, John spoke to us here, and she happens to be the Vice President of Leadership Development for John Gordon Companies. Works closely with him, speaks all over the country. She speaks on leadership, creating high-performing teams, transforming culture for success. She's also a former NCAA lacrosse coach, a national coaches education trainer, has been widely published in places like U.S. Lacrosse, Positive Coaching Alliance, Female Athlete Mentor Program, and ESPN Radio, among others. She's married, she's got 3 great kids, but her absolute favorite stat about herself is that she also happens to be my sister. This is my little sister, believe it or not. So teaching leadership development all of the years that we have both been speaking on leadership and doing public speaking, and we have never been on the stage together. So Kate, are you in the room? Kate Leavell is our next speaker. And Kate, are you up here? Are you hanging with us?
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing here?
How are you? So Kate's out in Minnesota, but she is also in the midst of mass chaos as she is planning to move to. Are you dancing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. Just for a second.
Yeah.
Quick one.
Did I mention she's my little sister? She's, always trying to keep her on task here. She is in the midst of moving down to Tampa, Florida, going out of the snow in Minnesota down to Florida. So we're excited for you, Kate. But I just have to say that I am so proud of you. I remember speaking with John Gordon, and he said, "Do you realize how awesome she is? Do you know she is my best speaker? She goes all over the country and teaches on leadership, and the kudos that you get and the high demand that you are in to go out and speak. So we're really fortunate that you were free and available to come speak to us today. I'm excited to hear from you. I'm really pumped that we get to be here and be hanging out, and that everyone gets to hear from what you've learned from everything that you've done, which is really cool. But first, I think this is also just truly bizarre how, all of these things, the universe and God brings all of this together for us. But today also happens to be our dad's 70th birthday.
Yes.
Which is pretty,
guys.
Right? It's my dad's 70th
for a
birthday.
song. Am I hearing a song?
Hey, Jill, I'm thinking you might be able to help us with this.
I don't know. I'm looking around for props. Like, I've got so many props in but I don't know if I have the best prop for this, but I will bring my best voice to this.
So my parents are actually watching this live stream, right? Yes. So they're down in Florida. They are down in Amelia Island, Fernandina Beach area, down in Florida, and they're watching this via live stream right now. So they'll whatever we want to do. I see everyone typing in happy birthday. My dad's name is Mike.
Yes, do it.
So
what is
everyone,
his name? His name
Mike.
is Michael?
Mike Conord. Yeah, so if you guys can all throw in the chat, let's have everyone wish Mike Conord happy birthday. Happy birthday, Mike Conord, Dad.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Yeah,
You're
man, we love you.
Speed limit in Minnesota.
That's right. Minnesota speed limit, 70.
Even when it's snowing, we'll go 70.
That is awesome.
Do we need more cowbell? That's all. That's the only
Yeah,
one
add
I
some
have.
cowbell in there.
Happy birthday, Mike.
I'm coming back for my birthday. I like this.
So cool, so cool. Well, thank you everybody for joining us and wishing him happy birthday. He is an awesome, awesome guy, and we love him and we're grateful for him and everything that he's always done and continues to do for us. So happy birthday, Dad. We love you, man. And special treat, you get to hang out and listen to me babble, and then you get to listen to Kate bring the fire. So Kate, we are so excited to have you here and ready for what you're going to share with us. So everybody get ready. Stay close to your chat box. I think Kate's going to keep you on your feet and hopping, and she's ready to bring some energy. So Kate, have fun up here. We're glad you're here.
Awesome. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. How cool is it to just be here, get introduced by you? And all I can really think about right now is I wonder if Dad has figured out where the chat box even is. Do you think he's actually seen any of the messages coming across the bottom? Well, I hope so. We could print it out for him.
And remember the clause at the bottom of the contract, no embarrassing stories about Dave. That was really important on your contract.
I don't remember signing that, but I guess I can. Only pictures.
Oh, great.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Dave, so much. Thank you, everybody, for just allowing me to come in here. I've been looking forward to this all week. I've given a lot of talks, all over the country in some pretty cool places. I mean, I got to speak in golf world. All right. Not exactly EXP world, but golf world was pretty cool. But this is definitely my first time as an avatar in virtual reality. Like, this is crazy. This is the coolest thing. And I remember seeing John come over and I watched his and I thought, wow, like, I want to dance like that on stage. That's awesome. But I can't tell you how much I miss being in like a crowded room speaking live. But this ranks pretty high on the awesome scale. So here's the deal. Since we're virtual, I'm definitely going to need some chat box noise to keep me going, so I know you're out there and I know you're with me this morning. So can I get you guys to type in the chat your best, like, morning hello? Can I get a what's up? Something in there. Just let me know you guys are out there. Let me see it. Awesome. Yes. Good morning, guys. I love it. For some of you, it's extra early good morning, right? And some of you, it's like sleep in and show up later morning. Yes. Oh, and I got smiley faces. All right. This is the energy I need. All right. So you guys use this chat box. Throw stuff in there. If you get a little nugget, throw it in the chat box. Raise your hand, like you're raising the roof. Just keep me going this morning, all right? Because we are going to dig in, and I am really, really excited. And like Dave said, I actually am in the middle of moving. And when I say in the middle of moving, I am literally in a room closed off while the movers who showed up about, 10 minutes ago are moving boxes out to the truck. My dogs are closed off in rooms, hopefully not barking, so you might get to meet my dogs. Yes, Minnesota in the house. I love it. So if you hear a little background noise, that's kind of what's going on here. So I had to make a list of my top reasons speaking in EXP world is amazing, because it just is. It's pretty cool. So, all right, number one here, my hair is literally on point. I'm not lying when I tell you I woke up like this, the way you see me right now with this hair. I got to wake up with this, all right? Also, it looks like I can eat whatever I want in EXP world without any consequences at all. I'm liking this. It looks like I work out all the time. It's perfect. I'd have to pick out my outfit. Like, I would love to kind of know what you guys are all wearing right now, but actually I don't. Like Jake from State Farm, what are you wearing? But your avatars are all dressed perfect. Actually, you look like gingerbread men to me right now, so it doesn't even matter, right? So I didn't have to pick out my outfit, but most importantly, okay, my audience, you all can only heckle me through a chat box. So I'm liking this. I hear there's an entire team ready to mute out the troublemakers. Okay, I need that team to just follow me everywhere I go. All right, I need these little shutdowns for anybody who's out there is going to make noise. So let me tell you that you have helped me escape the moving, right? So I get to hide in this room and be like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't help. And I don't have to look at the mess. So thank you for giving me an escape this morning. From everything I see, it looks like EXP is like really, really ahead of the times right now. So I'm watching all these posts go up. I love to watch what Dave puts out about the company, and it's been really fun to see just all these incredible updates. And I am a huge fan, but I know why I like EXP. You know, Dave doesn't make me like EXP. I really think it's an awesome organization. I'm seeing it pop up everywhere, even out here in Minnesota. But I would love to get to know why you guys love EXP. Can you throw some stuff in the chat box? Why do you love EXP? Share with me kind of that inside scoop. What do you guys have here? Love this freedom, community, collaboration. Oh, they're going so fast. Culture, agent owners, best president in the world. Did I see that? I think I saw that somewhere. Limitless. Oh my gosh, such a great word and so true. Authenticity. Yes, I love these. These are great. So you guys might be sneaking in some funny ones and I can't see them because they're going too fast. All right, so sounds like you guys are pretty happy. This is a pretty amazing place. It's all about getting that edge, right? Going from good to great. It's about meeting expectations versus exceeding imagination, right? It's about checking on boxes versus serving and caring. Focusing on what the client gets versus focusing on how the client feels. Returning a call versus reaching out and making the call, or giving them what they ask for versus knowing what they expect and need before they ask. It's that reaction versus anticipation, and this is the edge that I've been seeing at EXP. I mean, talk about being an organization set up perfectly for anything that could possibly come your way. I mean, I looked up a ton of information to see what EXP is really doing these days, and I had to fact check quite a bit because, guys, it seemed a little too good to not be fake news. So here's what I found out in my research. So I was looking it up and I said, I wonder if they have agents, you know, just here, are they all over the world? And yep, you got that. All over the world, you got agents going on, lots of growth. All right, how about like a bigly huge education platform for agents to get incredible training, continuing education? Yep, you guys got that too. All right, cool. All right, but do you have like mind-blowing growth and agent retention, and how about like record-setting revenue figures? I mean, you can't have all that, right? Yeah, actually I looked it up. You got that too. So listen, all that's really impressive, but I know I can get you with this one. So let's say, what if there was some sort of like, I don't know, a worldwide event? I don't know, just for argument's sake, let's say a pandemic, right? Let's, you know, get crazy here. Could EXP do all that through a pandemic? Because that's wild. And of course, EXP's like, hold my beer, right? They're like, yep, that's what we do. You guys aren't scrambling to keep up with the Joneses over here because EXP is built to innovate, trailblaze, and lead the competition. You guys remind me when Dabo Swinney took over as head coach of Clemson football. He was told to model his program after the great teams that everybody knew. But Dabo had a different vision. He didn't want to copy the great programs. He had a bigger vision. So what he says is, nah, I want to create a program that makes the great teams everyone knows want to look like us. And that's what you guys are doing. I think EXP has that kind of vision. And the reason the vision's coming to life through obstacles, challenges, change, incredible growth is the energy and the passion that you all bring with you. Your collective greatness is what drives you all forward together as, you know, one giant global team. So here's what I want to do. I want to give you some tools to help sustain that passion and energy through whatever comes your way. And when I say whatever, after 2020, I think literally that means just about anything, right? I mean, who had aliens and asteroids for December? Anybody have that on their, what is this, like the bingo? It's 2020 bingo. Who's got 2020 bingo? Aliens and asteroids. Who's got it? Right? What, I don't know, what else is coming? 2020 is insane. So how are we going to keep on track and finish out this year no matter what? So, are you ready? Tool number 1. Here we go. E plus P equals O. This is your first tool. E plus P equals O. Our perspective allows us to reshape our reality, our story, what we believe, and what we see, right? Our perspective is our truth. It is incredibly empowering to know that what we decide, if we're living in a drama or a tragedy, maybe we're living in an inspirational comeback, or maybe we're living in some sort of like fantastic adventure, right? E plus P equals O. Does anybody know what E plus P equals O stands for, or want to take a guess? Throw it in the chat box if you know what it is. E plus P equals O. What do you think? Energy plus perspective equals opportunity. That's good. That's good. It's not quite it. Effort. We're getting close. All of you have a piece of the right answer, but you didn't get my most common. I usually get elephants plus peanuts equals obesity, but nobody came up with that one yet. Let's see. We're getting close. Enthusiasm. I like all. These are all really great formulas. They're not the right formula, but still, these are all really, really good. Okay. I don't know if anyone got this yet, so I'm going to throw this out. It is events plus perspective equal outcome. Events plus perspective equal outcome. All right, so we really often can't control the events that come into our lives, but our events all by themselves don't determine our outcomes. Now think about this. You know it's true. Think about, say, Bethany Hamilton, right? She's an amazing surfer. She loses her arm in a shark attack as a kid, and then she goes on to live her dream and become a professional surfer, like an amazing professional surfer. Okay. What about Kyle Maynard? He was born without arms and legs. No arms, no legs. And yet, he's the first person to climb Mount Kilimanjaro without prosthetics. No arms, no legs, no prosthetics. And he climbed Mount Kilimanjaro. What? I mean, that's incredible. Okay, so now think about like that friend you have, and they have to call out of work for an entire week after a traumatic, life-altering paper cut, right? We all have this friend, right? I think we've all, maybe we are that friend, we might be. All right, but the point is, it's not the event that determines where we end up. All right, it's how we look at the event and how we respond. That's the story that's going to create our future. One of my favorite John Gordon quotes I like to kind of steal is, how you see the world determines the world that you see. I got to learn this firsthand a few years ago, right? So back in 2014, this is about the time that I met John, and I'll kind of tell you how that happened a little later on. But back in around 2014, I had this old nagging like shoulder injury back from my lacrosse playing days, you know, when I was this amazingly average lacrosse player. I got to the point where I really needed to get it fixed because it was keeping me from doing all the really cool activities I wanted to do. So I thought, all right, I'll go through the surgery. It's going to make me feel better, and I'll get back to all this other stuff. So it's supposed to be a standard procedure. You fix a torn labrum, minor leg detour with a little rehab thrown in. And I'm going to brag for a quick second, all right? Because when I went to see the surgeon, he told me I had the same injury as a Major League Baseball pitcher. Okay, so the only conclusion you can come to from that means I must be really good, right? I mean, I have a professional athlete's injury, so I'm going to tell you that is what I call it now, because it's really just one step away from being a pro athlete, right, at this point. So a few days after my surgery, my pro athlete surgery, I kept passing out when I tried to stand up, right? So that's a problem, okay? So I would be like, I feel fine, and then I'd get up and, oh, everything's spinning. And I also had this like cramp in my calf, and I'll tell you, this thing would not let up. I'm rubbing it, I'm stretching it, and I'm like, man, this is driving me nuts. So finally I called the doctor, and he's like, you need to go back to the ER and get checked out. So I get there, and very quickly, they just dismissed me and said, oh, she's a whiny post-surgery patient. You're young, you're healthy, you need to go home. So they're ready to just send me back home. But as I'm getting ready to head out, there was kind of this miraculous shift change, and a new ER doctor comes in, and he's the one who has to sign my discharge papers. And he won't sign it till I get a chest CT. So I get the chest CT, I get dressed again, I'm ready to leave thinking we're all good. And that's when they gave me the news that I just really didn't want to hear. They said, Kate, you can't go home, you have a pulmonary embolism. Now, if you're not familiar with pulmonary embolisms, it's a blood clot that forms somewhere in your body, it breaks loose, and it travels to your lungs. Now, my grandmother actually passed away from a blood clot. So it's something that I've kind of always been afraid of, and something that I was nervous about with surgery, but didn't actually think I'd ever get, because I didn't know anyone who'd had it, right? So for a little info, in case you're not familiar, okay, for 1 in 4 people with a pulmonary embolism, the first symptom, this is what they told me, is sudden death. I don't know if you can call that a symptom, I'm gonna be honest, but that's what they told me. I was terrified, right? Because they're telling me, hey, there can be more, right? At any time, one could break loose, it could cause a heart attack, a stroke, another PE. And so I'm confined to my hospital bed. They're telling me, don't move around unless you have to. You need to wait it out and let the blood thinners do their thing, right? So eventually, I'm allowed to get up and walk the hall, which has windows down at each end. So I would walk to one side, look out the window for a while. I mean, at this point, I was so bored and just grateful to get up. And then I'd walk down to the other end of the hall and look out the other window. Well, one of the windows looked out over the highway where I used to sit in a lot of Atlanta traffic. So Atlanta people, you know what I'm talking about, okay? Atlanta traffic. So I spent a lot of time on that road complaining about being hot and being stuck in gridlock. I mean, that was like a major thought process every time I went anywhere. Not once while sitting in traffic did I look over to that window and think about the other people that were on the inside, right? Not once did I pass by and even look at that hospital, but at that moment, standing inside, looking out the window at the highway, I would have given anything to be sitting outside in my car, sweating and cursing the traffic, instead of feeling this, alone feeling and trapped in a hallway with my life changing. I was also angry, right? I was angry. The whole point of the surgery was to be able to do more. And here they're telling me I could be on blood thinners for life. And that meant no more coaching lacrosse, no playing contact sports, no biking, no skiing. Don't hit your head on anything because there's a risk of bleeding. And all I could see is that everything was being taken away from me. Well, I ended up being in the hospital actually for several weeks due to all sorts of complications. And I got to ask you, have you ever been, has anybody here ever been in the hospital for an extended amount of time? Has anyone ever been in the hospital for a long time? I'm going to tell you what a friend of mine told me, okay? A friend of mine who clearly had never been in a hospital ever said it sounds like a vacation and they wanted to get sick so they could have one. And they weren't being mean. They literally were just like, man, that sounds good. I need a break. She's like, nurses waiting on you, right? You're laying around in bed resting. You get food delivered to you. You watch Netflix all day. And I'm like, all right, let me clear this up in case it sounds like a good opportunity. Okay, it is a very miserable experience. So the nurses and the aides come in every couple hours, right? And they turn on the light, every single one. They don't care if it's 2 a.m., right? Then they might jab you with a needle, or if you're lucky, several needles. And at some point they run out of places to stick you, so they're starting to search weird places like your toes. Okay, did you know all the weird places they can put IVs after they blow out your veins? Like, it's insane, okay? So then they hand you a big cup of pills. They put that blood pressure cuff on your arm, and I'm telling you what, they set it to death grip, okay? They're like, how tight can we squeeze her arm? All right, let's go 5 points past that. And then they repeat it 4 or 5 times, like, oh, I didn't get the reading. Let's try that again. You moved. So, you're sitting there getting your arm squeezed. And so you're, okay, I can be positive. You try to fluff that little piece of cardboard they give you as a pillow, get a quick nap before the next, attack comes in. But the battery on your monitors, now runs out. So it's pinging this sound every 4 seconds, loud enough for, I don't know, people 4 hospitals down to hear. But don't worry, right? Because the nurse eventually is going to come stop the pinging. But as soon as she leaves, right, your IV is going to be empty and the new alarm goes off. But hey, eventually, I'll tell you what, you're going to fall asleep. But then someone who's not even your nurse is going to come in and ransack your room with all the lights on looking for that extra vitals machine. So look, there's got to be a bright spot, right? I mean, because then there's the food. I mean, if there is one bright spot in staying in a hospital, it's definitely, it's definitely not the food, right? It's definitely not the food. Food's disgusting. It's horrible. But even though I wanted out, and man, I wanted out. I just wanted to sleep. I wanted my bed. I still couldn't move my shoulder, so it was really uncomfortable. And I'm ready to cancel this hospital spa trip as soon as possible, right? But I also had this bizarre comfort because I knew that this silent killer, floating around me here was being monitored through all these wires. That suddenly, if something were to happen, these 3 angels down the hall, the nurses, would come running in and save me. So I actually started to get really scared of going home. I mean, how would I know if something was wrong? And who would know what to do? Well, eventually, they kicked me out. They're spa day is over, vacation's done, it's time to go home, right? So the first night back home, I refused to go to sleep. I refused. So I sat up, propped in bed. I'm holding my eyes open. I am willing myself to stay awake because I had this overwhelming fear that if I fell asleep, something was going to happen and I'd never wake up, and it was paralyzing me. And of course, eventually, I lost that battle, right? I did conk out. I fell asleep. So the next morning, the sun came in through the blinds, and normally I am a blackout person, okay? I need every piece of light. I am taping over the little red light on the smoke detector. I unplug all of the alarm clocks when I go to hotels. But the sun came in and it hits me right in the eyes and it wakes me up. And I still remember the very first thought that came to my mind was, I'm still here. I got more time. I felt like Ebenezer Scrooge on Christmas morning, waking up, realizing he hasn't missed it, right? It was this intense gratitude and joy. Instead of the dread that I normally felt when that alarm goes off in the morning and you're like, oh, I don't want to get up, right? I was joyful. It was this feeling that kind of rushed over me. And it was really amazing. And suddenly, instead of being angry for all the things I lost or being afraid of something bad happening, I shifted my perspective, right? The E plus P, so my event, and now had a new perspective attached to it. And immediately I saw that I hadn't even celebrated being the 3 in 4 that survive. And you know why? Because I was too busy being afraid of being the one that doesn't. I saw that day as my +1. It was my +1 day, and the next day, and the next day. And they're all bonus days of an unknown number. And I realized I need to use every single one of these bonus days for something with meaning, right? And not waste it. That perspective shift changed my outcome. It changed my direction. It gave me a sense of gratitude, of urgency, to do the things I want to do in life. And this was an incredible gift. My perspective allowed me to seek ways around obstacles and get back to the activities that I love to do. And to this day, I still sleep with one of my curtains open, and not completely, I still like the dark, but just to have just enough to allow the sunbeam to remind me when I get up in the morning that I'm being woken up to this bonus day for a reason and to be grateful for it. And to get out of bed and to embrace it, right? And that has been a huge shift in my life. And we can take these events that happen to us and realize that they maybe aren't happening to us, they're happening for us. And we can try to find out what we're supposed to gain from all of this. And a positive perspective is going to bring you to a positive outcome, right? And that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about that positivity that drives us forward. And along with perspective, or how you see the world, is where you place your focus. So what we look for and what we focus on, we tend to find, right? So think about this. You're thinking about buying a red Jeep, and suddenly everywhere you go, you see red Jeeps. Like, they're all over the place. Our brains are kind of funny that way, right? So we don't have to tell it to look for red Jeeps. It just sort of reacts to the programming that red Jeeps are important, and it starts to point them out to us. So it works the same in all areas of your life. If you focus on and you expect negativity, a reason to be angry, obstacles, shortcomings in yourself, you're going to find it everywhere you look. But if you focus on and you expect opportunity, a solution to present itself, or things to work out and come together, then you're going to find yourself pushing through obstacles until that happens, right? When you're putting your focus on a positive future, you're putting faith over fear. Think about this. What do faith and fear have in common? They're both beliefs in the future. Okay, faith and fear, both beliefs in the future. Fear is a belief in a negative future. You believe something negative is going to happen. Faith is a belief in a positive future. You believe something great is going to happen. So neither of these things have happened yet, right? They're both future scenarios. So why would we choose fear? Why not choose faith? Why not believe we are moving towards our vision so we can create a path through whatever we're working through right now? Right? We got to choose faith. Put the fears aside. So those are two really powerful tools. You've got perspective and you've got focus. All right, but I'm going to give you the third one. The third one is the most powerful because it takes those two and it creates this ripple effect to those around you. All right, you guys ready? This is your next tool. This is about being a great, fantastic, amazing, world-renowned regifter. Oh boy. All right, somebody let me know in the chat box. Have you ever regifted a present? I mean, be honest. Let's confess. This is your chance. All right. Have you ever regifted a present? Or have you ever found out you got a present that was a regift? Maybe you got regifted a gift that you gave somebody else. That's probably the best story. I wish I had that story to tell because I don't have it, but it's amazing. All right, like, oh my gosh, you got me a present. Wait, I got you this for Christmas. What? Oh, it's just the same one. Okay. Right. Was it a good regift, or was it kind of like Christmas Vacation when Aunt Bethany wraps up her cat, right, and brings it over, or like the Jell-O mold? Maybe it's that. I don't know. Regifting isn't usually considered a good thing, but I'm going to tell you what, it is. It doesn't sound like some secret sauce for entrepreneurial greatness, but the impact can change your business. It can change your organization. Ultimately, it can change your legacy. So who knew regifting was so great, right? This is about moving from success to significance, all right? I was given an incredible gift after my pulmonary embolism experience and my road to recovery. So my perspective shift, my gratitude for every bonus day, my drive to go after my goals and appreciate experiences and relationships over material things, that was life-changing. It's a gift I can hold close to me. I can elevate my journey with it. But if I were to just hold on to it, put it on a shelf, admire it, encourage myself with it, I'd be missing the purpose behind the gift. The struggles we face aren't meant to teach us something, the struggles we face are meant to teach us something and to help us grow. But we're born with this innate need to contribute and serve. It's in there. We have that pull, and we have that for a reason. Lessons are meant to be shared. That means repackaging the gift we've been given, that life lesson, the strength we've gained, and elevating how we serve others. It's going to help us with building empathy, having tools, connections, a heart that cares more and does more for the people we interact with every day. My regift that I got it's my opportunity to help others see the value in each day in themselves and to connect deeper with the people around you so I can understand how I can serve their needs more effectively. It was the catalyst for me to speaking, for writing, coaching, and it brought me such a deeper fulfillment in the process. I stopped chasing success and chasing goals and outcomes and realized that the gift is in the process and the sharing of what I have been able to go through so that I can help others go through it as well. Okay, that regifting is huge. John Gordon says, life is a gift, not an obligation. Life is a gift, not an obligation. So this is your next tool. I want you to think about all the things you have to do each day, okay? And I'll tell you what, adulting is rough, all right? Adulting is rough. I think we can all agree on this. I think we can all agree on this too, all right? Coming up with something to eat for dinner every single night is so much harder than I knew when I was a kid, okay? All I had to do was walk in the kitchen and say, hey, what's for dinner? And then like complain, oh my gosh, broccoli again, are you kidding me? Can we just get pizza? Like, you know, your mom's cooking for 4 hours and you're like, let's get pizza, right? Man, every single night I'm like, again, dinner again, I just did this yesterday. All right, adulting is seriously rough, okay? You know, on the other side of that, I feel like we all had that moment in our lives that just kind of happened one day when we realized we were adults. Something stressful is happening and everyone in the room is looking for the adult. Okay, they're like, where's the adult? We need an adult to come in and fix this. And then the moment happens. And that moment is when we realize we are the adult in the room. And on the inside, all we're thinking is, oh my gosh, we're all screwed. I'm the adult. We are in so much trouble now, right? I need an adult to my adults because I'm not ready, all right? But all that adulting, you know, getting through all the things we have to do each day comes with the incredible things that are attached to them. Like that long commute to work is taking us to a means of income. All those emails and spreadsheets piling up mean we're adding value to our jobs through important communication, right? I remember getting grouchy, like when I went to pick up my boys from practice, and it would always be dinner time, and they'd always go way over when they were supposed to stop. So I'd sit there with all these things I need to do, and I'm hungry, you know, I just want them to be done. And now they're off at college, and I'm thinking, man, I'd give anything to just sit outside their practice and watch them play. You know, just a few minutes of watching that practice. And I didn't appreciate it, you know, when I had it. And I want to tell you about a little girl named Janae, and she was about 12 years old. She was actually in the hospital with a relapse of leukemia. And it, you know, it wasn't looking very good for her. She wasn't doing very well, but her mom was by her side night and day, as much as she could. But, you know, at one point her mom just looks at her and she's like, you know, I want to stay all day today, but I have to go. I have to pick up your brother and I have to go to the store, so I have to leave for a bit. And her daughter looks at her and says, Mom, you don't have to. Well, her mom is looking at her thinking, you know, she's 12, like she doesn't understand adulting quite yet. So I'm going to explain to her, you know, someone has to pick up your brother, like we can't just leave him, and there's no food in the house. So you know, these are just things adults have to do, right? Well, her daughter says, no, Mom, that's not what I meant. And she takes her mom's hand and she looks at her and she says, I didn't mean that. You don't have to. You get to. Because I don't know if I'm going to get to grow up and have a son to pick up or a family that I'm going to get to go buy food for and run errands for. And I don't want you to leave here and feel like you have to do those things. I want you to realize that you get to do those things for me because I can't. And I want you to live those things with joy in the space that I don't get to do it. This is a 12-year-old girl who is teaching us that we get to every single day. Life is a gift, not an obligation. I want you to type in that chat box, okay? What do you get to do every day? Tell me what you get to do. Let me see them. You know, I get to do laundry. Woohoo! I don't like laundry, but actually I don't mind doing laundry. It's the folding. The folding is the bad part, right? Yes. Oh, these are good ones. Okay. I love it. They're going so fast. These are great. All right, help people. Get up, wake up. Get my kids off to school. I know, right? I get to have a crazy morning because one day it's going to be quiet. It's going to be quiet. I've got 2 kids off in college and 1 off at school in another state. And my house is very quiet, and I do actually miss the chaos, right? So her mom has actually spent the rest of her life now, you know, spreading the get to message since her daughter passed away, which was not that long after this happened. And Never have I experienced this firsthand more vividly, honestly, than in 2020. And I think you guys can relate to this, when so many things are just not the same. And I appreciate them so much more. I was already feeling sad about my youngest daughter, my last one, only having 2 years left in high school where I could watch her play lacrosse, because I love to watch her play. She is fierce. It is so much fun. But then COVID happens, right? And her season gets canceled. So she plays freshman, sophomore year, her junior year, her season gets canceled. And now her senior year is looking a little iffy. And I realized the last game of her sophomore year might have been the last high school game I get to see. Nothing is promised forever. We need that attitude of gratitude, right? So we don't miss a thing. So we can slow down and cherish it a little bit more instead of complaining about the things attached to it that we don't like. Remembering that I get to is all about that mindset of gratitude. And this is the other tool that you're adding onto that list that I'm giving you today. So I get to. Turn your have tos into get tos. But before I dig into another tool, I want to talk about connection a little bit, because it's one of our greatest assets. Because you are in the people business, right? Y'all are in the relationship business where trust and care are everything. We can't sell, innovate, build. We can't lead if we're not connecting. We, and I mean the collective we, this planet, we need to connect more. We think we're connected digitally. We're not connected digitally. Okay? There's no connection in sending typed words to somebody. Okay? We need to connect more often, more intentionally, with an open mind and on a deeper level. And this is important with your coworkers, your teams, your families, but also with anyone you interact with during the day. And if you have gone to the grocery store lately with your mask on, right? So we're all wearing masks, we're walking around the store, and I have noticed that something has happened with the 6 feet apart and the masks on, is that now we're not even making eye contact, right? We're apologizing if we walk too close to somebody, and that's about the extent of it. We're not having conversations in line anymore with people behind us, like we're separating. So now more than ever, we need to purposefully connect, all right? We live in a world of distraction. We have to consciously put the phone down and make conversation. We have to listen more intently without looking for notifications, right? We have to look for clues that someone needs encouragement or kindness, because they're not always going to say it or send you a text. We have to watch their behavior and their facial expressions and find the cues and reach out. And I'll tell you what, I love being a part of the John Gordon team. Is just such an amazing opportunity. And when I look back at the journey that I've been on over the past few years, I can't help but look at how it started and think about connection. Because when I was teaching coaches education clinics, I would oftentimes just fly out to a city to work with a bunch of coaches over the weekend for like a 2-day clinic. And then when I left, I would keep my headphones in and go to my gate. I didn't really interact with anyone at the airport, because at the end of the weekend, like if you've ever gotten up in front of a group or worked with people for a long period of time, you're exhausted. You've just been on the whole time, and in front of people I was in front of people for 2 days. So typically I kind of keep to myself. But on one particular trip, I was on the hunt for something to eat because I was starving. So I was trying to find something before I got on my flight. I was going to Atlanta. And I'm wandering through the terminal when this guy is standing at a smoothie stand, and he asked me about my lacrosse jacket. So I chatted briefly with him, and he told me, he's like, I write books. He gave me his card, and I'm thinking, this guy's a budding author. I don't know who he is. So I'm like, oh, great, thanks. I put it in my bag. I'm like, I'll tell some people about you. I'll help you out. So as I get back to my gate, I realized he was actually on my flight. And kind of funny was I looked at the gate, and I realized there was something in common with everyone sitting in the chairs. They all had like necks the size of my head. So it turns out like it was like the Atlanta Falcons were on my plane, and all their coaches. So all these big, huge guys are about to get on the plane. So anyway, I went over, instead of putting my headphones on, I went back to ask him more about his books, and I had a nice conversation while we're waiting to get on the flight. And then I didn't see him for a little bit until I got on the flight and realized that's because he was sitting up in first class. So I gave him a really hard time. I offered to swap seats with him, but he turned me down, so that didn't work out. But when I got home, I decided I'm going to email him. And he sent me a couple of his books that he wrote, and the first one that I read was The Energy Bus. And of course, the guy at the airport was John Gordon. That connection that I made by being aware and by being open, making connections with people I didn't know, and the conversations I was able to have with John over the next few years are what led me to the mentoring that I received that was unbelievable, and the opportunities that are now a huge part of my life, right? So on another flight, I took the time to get to know the person sitting next to me. I'm learning from my lessons here, and it turned out that she was starting to teach a leadership class for foster kids. And I just happened to have, conveniently, a copy of John's Power of Positive Leadership book in my bag. So I gave it to her. She ended up emailing me a few months later and telling me how the whole experience had encouraged her, just the conversation we had in the book, to keep going with her mission and re-energize her purpose. And she doubled the size of her program just because I had been open to having that conversation, with her. And I ended up later on starting a Power Positive Leadership program for teens because it inspired me to realize there are a lot of teens out there who are learning leadership strictly from how it's being shown to them instead of being taught how to do it and giving them the tools to get a head start on that, right? So that was a huge opportunity that was built out of just being aware and being conscious about connecting with the people around us. Think about it. How many times have we buried our heads in our phones or avoided conversations and missed opportunities, or sent a text instead of picking up the phone or handwriting a note? Now more than ever, we need more connection to build better relationships and trust. And you know what? In the people business, relationships and trust is where success hangs out, right? Also fulfillment. Success hangs out there, but also fulfillment. That return comes back for you as well. I want you to think about on a scale of 1 to 10, all right? So this is a participant participation. That was hard to say, you guys. All right, participant participation on a scale of 1 to 10 in the chat box. How well do you think you are connected to the people you work with and the people that you serve, your clients? And I'm talking about beyond things you just have to know to get a task done. What are your numbers? What do you think? 1 to 10. Give yourself a scale so you know where you're working from. All right, so we're all over the map here. That's good. 89. All right, I'm impressed with that one. That's pretty high. I would have maybe, you could have overshot with 11. 89 was like way going over. All right, 88. So someone's not quite at 89, but they're at 88. All right, I like you guys. You're fun. I'm going to come back tomorrow, even if you're not here. All right, here we go. So that's your scale on 1 to 10. So now we're going to do it again. Scale of 1 to 10. 1 to 10, 10 being the top number. How well do you connect with people you don't know? Okay, people you don't know very well, people you've never met, new acquaintances, new faces. Do you get past the small talk ever to get to the next level eventually? Like, what's your number for that? Are you like, turn your head, I hope the new person doesn't talk to me? Or are you the person that reaches out? I want to tell you that when I started coaching, I took a head coaching position at a college, and my very first day, we had a staff meeting with all the coaches, admins from the athletic department. And I walk into this room, I don't know anyone but the athletic director, and I sat down. And people looked at me, they kind of smiled at me, but that was it. It was the most awkward experience ever. And the women's basketball coach came in, looks me in the eye, grabs my hand and says, "Hey, I'm Jamie. It's great to meet you. I'm so glad you're here. Can I sit with you?" And it was like the coolest thing ever, because all of this, uncomfortableness just kind of went away. I had this instant buddy, and just because she decided she was going to connect to the new person, that was really powerful for her to come over and do that to me. And it reminded me, man, I don't do that enough. I don't do that enough for other people. I get self-conscious, or I'm busy, or whatever it is, and or they don't look like they want anyone to talk to them. All right, I need to do that more often, be more connected. So now you have an idea with your numbers where you can improve on building your connections, right? High school principal gave me a really cool way to work on this. I'm going to throw this at you. He makes a list of everyone on his staff. Typically, typically we think of the people we know and connect with the most easily, and then we kind of struggle for the last few, like, oh, what's her name that's over in the, oh, who is that, right? So he told me he knows the people on the bottom of the list are the ones he needs to connect with more. And then he sets an intention to create those connections. So you can do this with people in your circle, your clients. You know, if you're thinking about your clients and thinking about, you know, meeting their needs, and you can't remember what some of your clients, you know, were looking for or whatever, then you know the ones you need to connect with more, right? People that you're leading. Gives you an idea of who you need to make those connections with. All right. Here we go. I'm going to bring you, so we've talked about connection, but I want to get back to your tools because I want to give you the last tool, and it's going to make you hungry. So I don't know, is anybody here hungry? Is there a buffet in this EXP world? Do we get something? I didn't see a snack table, but all right. Since we can't gain any weight in EXP world, I feel like they should at least have food. So I want you to tell me, what did you guys have for breakfast? Just shout it out, not out loud in that chat box. What did you eat for breakfast? Because all of my food is packed and I have no dishes, so I want to live vicariously through you guys right now. All right, I'm looking to see if there's any good. I see Bojangles. All right, I like it. Coffee and toast. All right. So I see some really healthy breakfasts, and I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Also, I see Pop-Tarts, which I think is healthy. You know, on the commercial it says part of a healthy, balanced breakfast. They don't lie in commercials. All right, I like it. You guys had a good breakfast. So I'll tell you what. Here's your last tool. You're gonna throw this in the toolbox. As you get ready, you're gonna tackle the close of 2020. You're gonna launch yourself into an amazing 2021. And I want you to think about cereal. Yeah, cereal. Cereal is the secret. You guys didn't know that, did you? Cereal's the secret. What's your favorite cereal? What's your favorite breakfast cereal? Like Saturday morning cartoons. You guys remember those? What was in that cereal bowl with way too much milk? All right. I try not to buy cereal anymore because it is way too delicious. I'm gonna tell you what, Reese's Puffs, and I don't know if you've had some more cereal, but they are addictive and they need a support group. So I don't buy it. I can't buy it. All right. I hear yuck going on here. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little history lesson on those cereals. So get ready, okay? Because you're gonna want to remember this story. Back in the 1920s, there were two main contenders in the cereal market, all right? Post and Kellogg's. Post was a juggernaut, all right? And Kellogg's was the little guy, all right? So in 1929, the stock market crashes, right? Great Depression begins, and in an effort to conserve and, you know, be careful in an uncertain market, Post decided to do what most large companies do, right? When times get tough, they pulled back. So they quit doing all the things that made them great out of fear. They wanted to protect what they had, so they stopped doing marketing and radio ads, and they stopped putting out new cereals. They laid off a lot of people, all right, because they're trying to protect their assets. They are trying to maintain. How can we maintain? That was their goal. Maintain and preserve. Meanwhile, okay, you got Kellogg's, this little company kind of coming from behind. They see what Post is doing, and instead of seeing fear, they see opportunity. So with a hole in the market opening up, where Post is no longer advertising, Kellogg's took everything they had, that little bit, and they took over that empty space, which of course is, you know, being given away dirt cheap. And they actually invented Rice Krispies during this time, okay? And they launched it. Oh, it was a Great Depression. Whatever, people need cereal. They pushed forward. They attacked success and innovation. And instead of retreating in fear, they pushed forward with faith, all in, right? So 4 years into the Great Depression, and Kellogg's begins to overtake the market and pass Post as the biggest cereal company in America, and they never looked back. Think about it. Teams who play to win typically beat teams who play to defend, right? They're defending a title, a streak, the high seed that they got. When they're playing with something to lose, they hold back. But the teams who play to win, those are the ones that come out on top. As you're heading through this like crazy maze, right? That's 2020. This is your tool here, okay? It's play offense, not defense. Attack the future, and see the opportunity. Find the opportunity where other people are pulling back. That is your space to drive forward. Don't hold the line. Don't defend what was or become frozen in fear and uncertainty. Go for it. See an opportunity and go big, right? Believe, truly, truly believe the best is yet to come and never look back. Go be Kellogg's, right? Don't be Post. Be Kellogg's. Launch yourself forward. EXP found ways to take a pandemic, okay, and create massive learning opportunities, right? You guys had all this continuing education popping up for you to go and learn, growth initiatives and tools that are adapted to the challenges of today and the challenges that are coming, challenges of the future. So that when the time comes with every obstacle, you know, you're all going to be at the starting line. You're going to be equipped, warmed up, trained, ready to dominate, while the others are still spinning in circles and trying to keep business as they knew it, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to hold the line. While others are holding back, you guys, you're charging forward. You got optimism, belief, you got the power of positivity, you know, that can shred through any obstacles thrown your way. You all are truly, truly in the best position for what you get to do, Your time to launch towards greatness, it's not later. It's not when things look like they used to or when things go back to normal. That's what the other places are doing. They're waiting until it goes back to normal. Your time is now. That's the caliber of who is in this organization. You know that. Shift your perspective and your focus, all right? Discover the gifts and the challenges that you've conquered and that you're conquering right now. Rewrap that stuff, okay? Wrap it up, regift it. Live with intention, seizing opportunity, connecting, and guess what? Hold on tight. Because with the success you're all having, even in the face of so much uncertainty and chaos, it might feel like, wow, the best is already here, right? It might feel like you're already there. But I promise you, I absolutely promise you, this is just the preview, all right? This is the preview because the best is yet to come. I cannot wait to watch what you all do next. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this special week. And I am happy to grab some questions from you all. And I just hope that you are ready to go attack, and fall forward. Thanks, guys. All right, I got a bunch of questions coming in. So I'll give you a couple, some that I've seen come in. So if you're looking to get a hold of me, follow me, et cetera, the easiest way to get me is just kate@johngordon.com, and John is Jon. So you can email me through that. My website is kateleavell.com. I think I got Dave up here too. Those are probably the two easiest ways to find me. I think Dave's up on stage. Are you up on stage, awesome. Dave, or are you just hanging?
Yeah, my mic went out for some reason, so I'm just going right through my computer. So
okay,
I was giving you all kinds of kudos and talking about how great things were. And I was like, man,
do it again. I got to hear all that.
No, I'm not going to say it again. It was no.
No, man.
Yeah. You know, that was awesome. I was watching the chats go through here, and man, it's just, I loved what you shared. I love what you brought, and I think that everyone really appreciates the message. I love that the concept of regift is amazing, and I don't recall ever hearing that before. And the idea of, you know, when we go through something, we can help other people learn the lesson without going through the pain that we had to go through to learn the lesson. And that's you know, turning around and lifting others up is what we're all about as a company. It's helping others succeed through our experience. And I was thinking, you know, it's kind of like being able to give other people muscles without them having to go through the workout.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just can imagine if the entire world, imagine every single person in this world has lived a different life with different experiences and different perspectives. If all of us were taking our lessons that we learned and sharing them, just imagine what we could learn from the people around us if we could all open up and share that with each other and receive it from each other. And that's really my goal, is to kind of spread that message.
That's awesome. And that's kind of our superpower here at EXP. We have so much collaboration that we really, that is, I believe, the secret sauce behind our success. And Jason Gessing, our CEO, talks about our community that we're building, and that has been a part of his vision in leading this company. And that's been a key part, is just that community that we build, that people are sharing that with each other, and it's helping people move forward faster. They make someone else's ceiling their floor. So real quick, number one, someone mentioned something about they would love to be around the dinner table. No, you would not. First of all, you have to fight to get to the food, and you have to fight to talk at our
I was going to say,
table.
you don't want to be at the dinner table with people who speak a lot, because we like to hear ourselves talk because we're obviously brilliant. So,
It is,
you know, it
it
gets
is loud. It is loud and funny. But someone did ask a question. They said, and I know you've got a good answer for this, do you have a defining coaching moment that you can share?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I had, this was so incredible, because when I met John, this was my coaching transformation. So I was coaching, and I was a pretty fun coach, and, you know, I'm pretty goofy, and we had a good time, but I was also very intense and had high expectations, and I didn't know a lot about culture. I just knew about X's and O's and winning. And so I just hadn't learned how to, you know, work on that part. And I had just actually stepped down because I was moving, and I'd had a really miserable season where nobody was having fun. Even though we were winning everything, nobody was having fun. And I thought, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. You know, I thought if you win, that was, you know, that was good. People would be happy. And so this was right before I met John. And then he sent me the Energy Bus and several books. And I had this aha moment when I was reading it. And if you've read the Energy Bus, it is a very simple book. Okay, it's very simple. All of his books are very easy to read, very digestible. And what I got from it was that positivity is not rah, you're doing great, even though you're not. You know, it's not about denying reality. It's about believing in a positive future, believing that no matter where you are right now, you are going to be able to overcome it. And that helps you to find the tools to do that. And when I adapted that to my coaching, it changed how I talk to people. And when I took my next team, I did kind of a secret experiment on them. So I decided I was going to stop focusing on outcomes, stop focusing on wins, and 100%, even though I'm still coaching skills, focus on them having the best experience possible. That's what I wanted to give them. I wanted them to enjoy practice. I wanted them to love coming to games. Every single game at the end, when most coaches are like, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, I got into a circle with my team and we gave each other shout outs. Even if we had been annihilated, we got together and we said, oh, you did this well and you did this well. So they left the game feeling excited about the future and what they'd accomplished. And I did this for a whole season, and I was so into the whole project that I wasn't even looking at the outcomes, and I wrote about it as I did it. So as I got towards the end, I'm looking up my record and I'm like, oh my gosh, like we're undefeated right now. Like we lost our first game and now we're undefeated coming through this. And this was a team that was ranked pretty low in the state before I took it over. And I had just focused on experience. And that was such a shift for me. We actually ended up going and finishing third place in the state tournament, which was incredible. Broke all these history records. And at the end, I still loved coaching, and my players still loved playing, and the parents were all on board. And I realized that that connection and those relationships with players are actually what build excellence. It's some people put it at the end of their list and go, if we have time, we'll work on culture, we'll work on relationships. But if you take the time and you do that first, the skills are learned better because they're in a better environment for learning. And so you actually learn faster and you can do more things than before. So that was a huge transformation for me in a defining moment. And that is the only way I coach now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. And you wrote a book on that. It was the Secrets of an Imperfect Coach.
Yes. Confessions of an Imperfect Coach is actually that transformation story that I went through. And because I wrote about it in real time, you're reading it and finding out, as I'm finding out what's actually happening. So it's kind of cool.
And I believe you may have won the Coach of the Year for the state of Minnesota, high school Coach of the Year that year.
I did a few years back. I may
Pretty
have won
awesome.
a little award. I know somebody asked me for the tools, so I'm just going to kind of throw some of them out here for you in case you missed it. So one of them was to attack the future. That's cereal. When you think about, be Kellogg's. All right. We talked about connection. I get to. That was the other one. With the life is a gift, not an obligation. We talked about regifting and the power of perspective and focus. So those were the tools. E plus P equals O. So that's events plus your perspective equals your outcome.
Awesome. I love cereal. That's something that we have been talking about through the pandemic is, playing, instead of playing not to lose, we're playing to win as a company and as an organization and as business people out there where, when things do get uncertain, it's actually, that's where the leaders show up. In times of uncertainty is when leaders show up. And, we've talked about, even with 9/11, that the concept of, when everyone's running in panic and fear, there were some people that ran into it. There were obviously our first responders, running into danger to save people, running into the building. But there were ordinary civilians also out there who ran in to save people and help people. And, that's, you look around anytime something bad is happening, you look for the leaders. And I think actually Mr. Rogers said that.
Look for the helpers.
He said, yeah, look for the helpers.
Yeah.
Look for the helpers. So that is great. And the quote of life is a gift and not an obligation really resonated with me. And I saw some others in the chat box as well, just really respond when that came out. Just that concept that, if you're looking through every day and what's in front of you with dread, that change and that perspective, right? The have to moving to get to is so powerful. It'll not only change your mindset, but that'll in turn change your entire life. I mean, that one nugget alone, if that is a habit that people can start to build into their everyday. We had one of our others, it was actually Robert Herjavec, Shark Tank, talked about lighting a candle every day. And you know what I did when I heard that? So I actually went out and bought a candle and I put it in my office, and I'm now lighting a candle every day. And that was his mindset every day of being light and focusing on the light and the goodness in the day and his opportunities. And that's part of his habits that he built into every single day is to light a candle. So now the first thing I do when I walk into my office in the morning is I light the candle and I shift my mindset to going, all right, look at all the awesome stuff I get to do today.
I love that. And someone asked me, what's the first thing I do in the morning? And I think one of the things I used to be guilty of was the first thing I would do in the morning is look at my phone. And then something happened when I turned 40 and I could no longer read my phone in the morning. So I had to change that habit. So I just felt like I was absorbing too much negativity first thing when I woke up. And so now I do an intention journal. And so instead of letting the day run me, I run the day. I take a few minutes and I just write down, here's what is most important to me today. So that we don't get taken over by the urgent things that feel like fire drills but aren't actually important. I need to remember what is important. And here are some things that I need to do today to, some people I need to connect with or to encourage today. And here's what at the end of the day, if I had to look and call this day a success, what would I have accomplished? What do I really need to get done today? And then I just face the day with this great intention and an excitement to go conquer the things I need to conquer and not let these little side things sabotage me. Is this side thing or person that's frustrating me going to affect the things I'm focusing on today? No, it's not. So I need to put that aside and I need to work on what I've already intentioned. And that was really life-changing.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Kate. I love it. Well, I usually judge when I attend something, when I hear someone speak or something, if I can walk away with one thing that I know that I can apply that will make a positive change in my life, that will change my outcome, change my happiness, change my success level, whatever it is, then I feel like it was time well spent. And I gotta tell you, I've got a page of notes of great nuggets. If I get one of these things to work and get one of these things going and really get good at applying it, I know it'll be a positive. So I hope that everyone else did the same. I hope that you guys took some great notes. And like I said, I saw in the chat just so much that people were resonating with them. So if you wouldn't mind, if just throw in the chat, give Kate some love, tell her what you appreciated about today as we wrap up this morning's keynote session and get on to the rest of the awesome activities. Kate, you did amazing, and we appreciate you bringing your experiences and regifting to all of us everything that you have learned so that we can take it and make your ceiling our floor. That's really, really amazing. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And if you guys want to, I love shout outs. There's probably my main, if you follow me on Instagram, you can just look at pictures of my dogs. But if you want to check me out on Twitter, it's just at Kate Leavell. Throw me a shout out, let me know you got to watch today. And I'm following all your channels and getting updates from Dave. So I can't wait to see where you guys go from here. It's unbelievable where you've come so far.
That's awesome. Thanks so much, Kate.
Thank you.
Have an awesome day. Good luck with the move.
Thanks.
All right, we have Curtis. Is Curtis going to be kicking us off for the rest of the morning?
Kicking us off or kicking us out? Kate kicked us off. Thank you, Kate. That was phenomenal. Everybody is ready to rock. I'm sure most people took more notes than Dave. 2 pages plus right here. Dave, thank you for making this possible. Kate, thank you for rocking the house. Phenomenal, everybody. All right, EXPCon 2020 is not officially over. You have 3 more hours of breakouts starting right now. I'm going to throw the breakout schedule up here on the screen. Hopefully you already know where you're going, but if you are creating a plan on the fly, don't worry. We will get you going in the right direction. I have dropped the image of today's breakout schedule in the chat. Every single day has been phenomenal, but we definitely are closing out this EXPCon 2020 with a bang. In track number 1, if you're a newer agent to the brokerage or to the business, that's called our fast start track. We're talking about protecting your business. We're talking about agent healthcare and benefits, and then we are leveraging and celebrating your state team. So if you're just getting the EXP, just plug it in. Track 1 is a great starting track for you today. Track number 2 is called our mentor track. That means our certified mentors are leading these sessions, hosting these sessions, building your business around your life. What a great idea. And then growing your audience with Rebecca Soto and an amazing panel. We've got tons of stuff in track 2. Track 3 is our icon track led by our icon agents. They're having an amazing conversation right now to kick off. It's called Continuous Improvement, Lessons Learned from 2020. Get to that icon track. It's going to be great. Track 4, the Excel track. We have lead generating in military markets right now, the $300 million agent living the American dream. After that, the schedule is loaded here in the chat box. It's also available on the website, expcon.exprealty.com as well. And so really, if you're looking to get to any of these sessions, just use the go-to menu in the top left-hand corner of EXP World, hit EXPCon, and then just select any of the tracks. Track 1 through 8, there's great stuff going on in every single track. How many of you want to see and help and be a part of EXP getting to 100,000 agents in 2021? If you want to be a part of that, then stop hanging around in here and get to track 5. That is called the Influencer Breakout track. We have an unbelievable panel of agent growth leaders in there talking about exactly that. How do we get to 100,000 in 2021? It's going to be a great conversation. Track 6 is our coaching track. Hopefully you've gotten a lot of inspiration, motivation, tactics, strategies, pages of notes. But if you still need a little nudge, if you need a little push, if you need to be coached up this morning, get to track 6, the coaching breakout track. It's going to feature the amazing Nolly Williams and Gogo Bethke for the rest of the day. They're going to be rocking it in track 6 together. Track 7 is our global track. We've had amazing updates coming from all across the world. No different today. We've got South Africa on the stage now. Then we're doing leadership in France and the global update from Portugal. So global, track 7. And then track 8, last but certainly not least, this is what we've called the EXP track. But really, we've done EXP partners, EXP products, EXP services. And today we have EXP thought leadership from our diversity and inclusion groups, from having conversations with our executive team about why diversity makes dollars and cents. We've got agents that have found massive success in their 20s and 30s. And right now we're talking about building bridges to new markets. That's in track 8. It's going to be amazing. We've got a great schedule for you. Still have 400 people in the room. If you can't be sure what to go to right now, just go in order. Hit track 1 till you find the track that resonates with you. Start in track 1, go to track 2. Tyler, that's the midday session, right? Finding Massive Success by the EXP Young Professionals. Thank you for putting that together, man. It's going to be great. Breakouts are going on now, everybody. Get that way. Want to see you moving out of the auditorium. Go to EXPCon, select a track, take the schedule with you, bounce around the rest.
Have a great personality, and I'm like, man, am I that ugly? And you know, and how much of a professional I was, and so, you know, and also you seek to first understand, and finally, people want to work with you, because if you don't, he said, they'll think that people will think that they're a racist, and that I laughed, and those words really resonated to me. So I did all the things I did, you know, coming from the East Coast to be successful, and that was, I created a business plan, a marketing plan, and finally a budget. And in the last 4 months of my first year in real estate, I commanded 27 transactions. And that's mindset, guys. That is mindset. So remember, you know, and stop thinking about yourself as black, and start thinking of yourself, once again, like I said in the beginning, an agent without fear. I am only going to deal, and this is something I said before, in the beginning of business, and it was like, I'm only going to start dealing with properties at a certain price. And I was like, wow, you know, that is not the mindset to keep. And I changed that mindset to that everyone deserves a home. So I started building relationships. Every business now in real estate, because of one agent. This is relationship, guys, that mindset, that believed in me and recommended me to a client. At the time, you know, I think we had about 1,500, actually 1,200 agents in the luxury real estate workplace group at this time. I interviewed for a $14 million listing and did not get it. She said, quote, "When I'm in the Caribbean with my old white friends and girlfriends, I don't see eXp Realty on luxury homes. I see Sotheby's, I see Engel and Vocal." So I concluded with her that you may not Realty, but we have the power at that time, guys. We were a 22 or 2,600 agent that can support you. 6 months later, I get a phone call from her and to list 3 of her properties with a total worth of $4 million. Currently, I have 1 sold, 2 under contract, and then 6 months after that, the initial listing I interviewed for, she called me and asked me to list that home, all due to mindset and relationships. I'm going to leave this with you guys. I have never been in a company that was willing to share information the way this company supports each other. I've never made friends and allies nationally and now internationally that believes in each other the way we do for each other. You're not just black, you're not just white, Hispanic, or Hindu. You are eXp Realty, one eXp. All right, so side note, all right, just a quick side note, I'm going to end. So this client that, you know, like our first $1 million listing, can anybody guess maybe what I gave her? Think what would you give a woman that can buy anything? I spent less than $100 on a parchment piece, a parchment set with an engraved pen. Less than $100 because she loves to journal. So guys, a little hint: find the passion in your client and support that passion also. All right, you cannot do this alone. All right, so the people to the left and right of you, these are the ones that are going to get you there. So I'm going to end with that. I hope I left you with something there, Mike.
Dude, you knocked it out of the park. You knocked it out of the park, Damien. And I thank you so much. I heard you say, have a plan, right? Have a plan, operate without fear, and everyone deserves a home. I love that, because what it's doing is taking the ego out of business, right? It's taking ourselves and say, well, I'm too young. I know we have some folks from the Young Professional Network in here. You know, I'm too young. I'm too this. I'm too old. I'm too whatever it is. That is not it, right? Everyone deserves a home. Let's take ourselves out of it and help more people. I always say the more people you help, the more money you make. So thank you so much, Damien. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Thank you, guys.
Okay, and we're gonna hold on to the questions, you guys. So I know some of you guys are typing in your questions. Jot them down. Think about them. We are gonna hold on to your questions. We're gonna get through the speakers, and then we're gonna come back and see what questions we have from the audience. But next up, I want to welcome the illustrious Miss Eugenia Foxworthy. She is amazing, and she is going to talk to us about how to break into international markets. How many of you all would love to get some listings that you could sell to international clients who are reaching out to you and saying, hey, that listing that you have, I want a piece of that. I think I want to take that down. Oh, by the way, I think I want to pay cash for it. So she's going to talk to us about how she got even her very first international client. Eugenia? Just hold down the number 1.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. My number 1, my first deal was done through my organization, FIAPSI, and that was from a referral. And it was a gentleman who did all of the gates in London at the airport. And
hold on, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, Eugenia, but I don't want anybody to get lost because somebody might thought you said like flip-flops or so can you talk to us? What is FIAPSI? What is that anyway?
Oh, I am so sorry. FIAPSI is the International Federation of Real Estate. The acronym is F for Frank, IABCI. And we were founded back in 1951 in Paris. And we are now in 1954, we became FIAPSI. And there are we're in 65 countries. We are like the umbrella for real estate. And we came about FIAPSI before there were any other major real estate associations. And besides being in 65 countries, we have lawyers, agents, people who are developers, every aspect of real estate. And does that help?
Oh, it absolutely helps. It absolutely helps. So it's not just agents. This is all different types of real estate professionals in our industry internationally. So go back to your story. You can go ahead back because I love this story. Tell us about how you closed that first listing with them.
Well, the person was looking to rent. Originally, they were going to buy something, and the agent that was one of my colleagues said, I can't get anything. So they came to New York. I showed them rental apartments, and the first rental did not work. The second one did. I ended up clearing $15,000 from a referral, and that was my first luxury property.
See, that is what we're talking about. And some of you I know may have never heard of FIAPSI. Some of you have. Here's the good news. It's going, if you become a part of FIAPSI, it will change the game for you because you have exposure to these international markets that you never had before. And much like Damien was talking about, it's the relationships that change things for you. So we're actually going to be raffling off a free membership to one of you in the room today to FIAPSI. So a free FIAPSI membership. Get excited about that. That's going to be coming up here very soon. So stay in the room. Stay in the room. You talked about when we spoke, Eugenia. You talked to us about that FIAPSI is a great umbrella for every aspect of real estate. There's lots of different networking that's involved. From NAR is a part of FIAPSI. The Wall Street Journal. There's different conferences that you can go to. But you also talked about something as simple as, and I've never thought about this. You talked about something as simple as understanding the metric system, right? They measure the rooms in their square footage, or they don't say square footage, right? It's square meters. So talk to us about even just the difference in understanding how to talk to an international client, how that can change the game for you.
Well, with FIAPSI, we have various courses. We travel around the world, and even through CIPS. When you have international buyers coming in or sellers, I mean, we've been international forever. Their language is a little different, but the same. So if you're going into a room to show them the square footage, as we say, or they say, I want X amount of meters, you know, you need to know what the metric system is. You need to know how to convert it, because it's apple and oranges to them. And this helps you, because there are very few people that say, well, I'm here, I want this. They're still on their own mindset. And this will enable you to find the perfect property for them. And that's why it's important to belong to various organizations. Take the classes. Classes are so important. As in the case of FIOPSI, we have classes worldwide. The different organizations that we're affiliated with, who are our partners, NAR, we have memberships with, oh my goodness, I don't know how many associations and universities. Universities alone, I think we have about 80 universities. And these courses are accredited. Even when you travel to our conferences and our meetings, you can take a course and get credits for it. So that's important, to know your market. If you want to be luxury, you want to play with the big guys, and you are a brown person or a black person, as Damien said, don't look at color, just look at the dollar. Look at the person, we're all the same. And I make the majority of my money through the international circles that I am in, meaning the international organizations, whether it's NAR or FIOPSI. As you know, there are 3,000 members. There are only 300, a little more, less than 400 brokers that are FIOPSI members within the United States. I use the word brokers, which I should not have, because we do have appraisers, mortgage brokers, etc.
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much for sharing that. I think that that was a learning experience for most of us in this room. What is FIOPSI? Why should I be a part of it? How can I be a part of it? And there is, what is it? www.fiopsi.com, correct? I think that's what you gave me, Eugenia. So FIABCI. Again, someone's going to win a membership to FIOPSI today. And you're going to be able to have a 20, 30-minute consultation.
.org.
.org. Okay, .org. Thank you. And you're going to be able to talk with Eugenia. She's going to show you the ropes on your way into FIOPSI. Maybe she can make a few introductions for you, and you can tell us your $15,000 story this time next year. How about that? All right.
One question in the chat, buddy.
Okay, we're going to come back to the questions because I want to keep rolling, and then we're going to come back to some of those questions. So without further ado, let's go on to our next guest on the panel. You guys, most everyone in this room already knows Mr. Gene Frederick, aka Big Papa. This guy, he does it all. So let me. Oh, I'm getting nudged. Are we going to go to questions now? Okay, so you guys want to hit a couple questions first. All right.
No questions now. We're going to Gene. Sorry. No.
Okay, that's what I thought. All right. So Gene, Mr. Gene Frederick, would you make your way to the front of the stage, please, sir? Is there anybody who has not heard of Gene Frederick before? Like, if not, you are about to get some goodness right here. Hey, Gene, you still with us? You there?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
We can. Yeah,
it looks like a good crowd.
Come on up to the front of the stage with us, and let's chat for a bit, shall we? So we're going to be talking about agent attraction with Gene Frederick, right? Gene, could you tell us a little bit about, first of all, tell us a little bit about your story, where you were and where you are now as far as your agent organization here at EXP.
Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. And thank you, Fee, for letting me come up here. 5.5 years ago, I was an owner of 6 Keller Williams franchises and an owner of a region for Keller Williams, Northern California and Hawaii. And I sold all of that. I sold it all and came to a brand new company called EXP Realty, which I'm really excited about. And actually, what I want to talk to you about, Damon, is that a lot of people think that attraction is hard, or really all you guys have to do is just do what you're doing now. If you're selling real estate, keep selling real estate. But I just started talking to people in Texas, and believe it or not, after 5.5 years, we have about over 5,000 agents in Texas, Mike. And of course, we have what, 38,000 agents worldwide, and I've got about 11,000 of those on my team right now.
Wow, that's pretty large percentage of what we have at EXP as our total agent count. You're responsible for, or you, at least your organization is responsible for bringing a large percentage of the agents that are here at our organization. So we thank you, because you guys, your organization is helping to attract quite a few people and heavy hitters to EXP. So that's one of the things I want to talk about. What is your idea, your mantra, your mindset when agents are wanting to attract other agents? Should they be looking for the heavy hitters? Are they looking for, the agent who's closing 40, 50, 60 deals? Or should they be talking to the agent who is closing maybe 4 or 5 deals right now and wants to get to 9, 10, 20 deals? What is your thought on that?
Well, everybody's somebody we should be talking to. I love what Damian said earlier, and Genia, that you just got to not have any fear. Guys, we have the golden ticket for agents. Let's face it. The reason I sold everything 5.5 years ago, Mike, is there's a way out for agents. What do I mean by a way out? To get off the treadmill, to not just sell homes and sell homes, and the next year you have to repeat that. Rinse and repeat, right? Over and over again. I've sold for a long time in my career. So now I have an avenue called revenue share that I tell agents, this is really quick, guys, this is an elevator speech for all of you, is most real estate companies are broker driven. They take money off the top, which is usually a royalty fee or a franchise fee, and they give it to who, Mike? Who do they give that to? Role play here a little bit.
Yeah, they give it to the broker.
They give it to the owner, right?
Yeah.
So I always tell people, they go, well, what's revenue share? And I said, well, it's just what we're doing. Instead of taking that money off the top and giving it to the owner, we take part of our money and give it back to you, the agent. I said, which one do you like better? And I'm telling you, 100% of the time they go, well, I would like it better if I got it. And I said, well, if I could show you how to make very easily at least $3,000 a month extra income, would you like that? What do you think, Mike?
I think I would love that.
So what I tell them, I can do this, guys, in an elevator. All you all have to do is, while you're selling real estate right now, or, in other words, how much you're selling real estate, doesn't matter. Don't stop. But you can talk to people during the transaction, after the transaction. I usually like after the transaction, Mike. But if you guys attract, let's say a 2-year plan, 6 agents that cap in 2 years, each one of those 6 get 1 agent, Mike, they would be on your second level. So you'd have 6 cappers on your first, cappers on your second. I call it my 6x6. That's $3,000 a month or $36,000 a year. And that's, guys, I do it in elevators all the time. I said, would you like to have at least $3,000 more in your pocket? What do you think, Mike?
That you make it sound so simple. Is it that simple, Gene?
It is that simple. I actually started this 5.5 years ago. I picked 3,000, Mike. I don't know why I picked 3,000 in Texas, where I've sold most of my real estate career. 3,000 will make your house payment and your car payment, pretty much. Maybe not in New York with Eugenia, but you know what I mean. I'm thinking middle America, right? And so I picked 3,000 a month because realistically, guys, when the market dips, or you have the different seasons, if you had an extra money coming in, residual, it just it's life changing for agents. I mean, I have agents, Mike, during this COVID that have texted me over and over again and said, thanks, Gene. I've been, my state, they locked us down and I couldn't sell real estate. Thank you, because I've got this extra money coming in. And that's just our revenue share, which is just like the royalty that's given to the franchise owners.
So there's some agents there's some agents here that live in markets where EXP isn't very well known, right? And so I know that I've spoken with agents who say, I talked to some people about EXP and they kind of look at me with two heads, like I have two heads, because they never heard of it. And so when I talk to them, they say, well, I don't know enough about it. You don't have any commercial agents over at EXP, so why would I go over there? Or you don't have a top producer or a luxury top agent over there. Why would I come over there? What do you say to that?
I say, you're correct. I said, that's great. So what you're telling me is there's no luxury agents in your area right now, and you're a luxury agent. And they go, yes. And I said, well, we're looking for you. I said, let me tell you, you mean we don't have any commercial agents in your area? We're looking for you. In other words, thank you. By the way, if we don't have any, that's just what's called opportunity. You go, what do you mean? I said, well, you'll be the first in. In every marketing book I've ever read, to market to anything, what's the most important thing, guys? Being first to market. I mean, I have an iPhone because guess what? They were first. I listen to Pandora because they were first. Being first to market. So I just tell them, golly, oh, you're kidding. There's nobody in your area? Oh, that's awesome. Exactly what I do.
That's good. And last question I want to have for you, as a follow-up. What are we talking about when we say, okay, I want to go to, how do I find these agents? If I'm wanting to find more agents that either, look like me, sound like me, or I want agents who don't look like me and sound like me. I want that because, obviously we appreciate diversity at this company, right? So, I run a team called the Ambassador Team. I want to be able to say, we speak your language, and I want everybody, I want it to look like the United Nations, right? And you and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but how do you find these other agents?
It's real simple, Mike. You've got to go where they are. And I'll give you two things. It's not this hard. Go to your vendors. This is my number one thing I did when I go anywhere or go to a new town. Go to your vendors. Who's those? Your mortgage people, your title people, your insurance people, and say, hey, do you know of any really, really good agents that are up and coming? They know them all. And you go, is it okay if I just gave them a shout and said, hey, Mike, you told me to give that you were up and coming? I call the up and coming ones. Now, if you're going to do events, I like events. Brian Buffini, Tom Ferry, any of the trainings, NAR, any training events that you go to, I recommend a couple things. Number one, go outside your area, Mike. You might want to not want to go to your town. You might want to go 100 miles away, 60 miles, whatever it is, and go to another area because you'll be one of the ones from outside and you can just start conversations. Guys, agents are everywhere. The third thing I'll say, vendors, events, and then the third thing, quite honestly, every professional you meet, Mike, ask them who's their realtor. Do you know a really good realtor? Just ask them. And I'm telling you, doctors, lawyers, anybody you do business with, who sold you your home? And they'll say, oh, Eugenia sold my home. You're kidding. Who is she really good? Oh, she's awesome. I said, is it okay if I give her a call? I just wanted to say, man, I met you, Mike, and you were just raving fans about your realtor. And that's how I start conversations.
It's so simple, right? It's so simple. It's not necessarily easy, but it's simple. So I want to go over to, I want to move it over to questions and answers, but thank you all so much for sharing what you've shared so far. But let's take a few questions from the audience. All right. Let's see. So the first question, you can help me to track some of these, Melanie, if you see some of these questions in here, or DeWitt.
Okay, Mike, I think the first question was from Michelle. I believe it was to Damien. He was asking what was the difference between a luxury strategy versus a standard business.
Awesome.
I'll be definitely honest with you. Don't practice what you don't preach, right? Because what happened with that $2 million listing is that agent said they were going to do this and the other thing. And I don't think they realized how much the cost was to do a lot of those things that they were mentioning. And to tell you the truth, I mean, there are ways to get around those costs for very limited amount. Not only that, I mentioned, sharing, and that's what eXp Realty does. I mean, they always there to support you. She kept that listing for herself and advertised it for herself instead of saying, like right now, I'll tell each and every one of you, find my listing. I got her down to $12.6 million. I would definitely highly recommend you take that listing of mine and you put it out there. I will give you a finder's fee. I will give you something and or anything in order to get this sold, because it's going to take all of us. So that's it.
Perfect. I think Mike popped out of the room.
Okay.
Next question, Melanie, do you have the next question, or Whitaker, please?
Yeah, there was a question for, I believe, to Eugene from Colleen. She was asking, is it only high end? You only work high end?
I will sell a doghouse. I do. You sell what you can. You never know what it's going to lead to. I sell properties that are studios that in Manhattan, you can buy a high-end a property that is the median price in the suburbs. So I never pull myself in one direction. I sell everything. And I just need to interject something. If you're going to contact me, it's FIAPSI-US. You could go on FIAPSI-USA.com. .org is the international. I was thrown off. But yes, do sell everything. Do not limit yourself to only selling luxury condos or luxury villas. I sell everything everywhere.
Awesome.
Is FIAPSI only for high end, or are you saying, Eugenia, that FIAPSI is international, to the US and back? Is it all levels of property?
Yes, it is. I will be the president of FIAPSI USA. So right then and there, we're all Americans selling here. But we have all the other chapters that are throughout the world. It's not just luxury. That's why I wasn't clear. That's why I said a doghouse. You can sell any property that you want. You can sell in the Poconos, where you can get a house for, we call it McDonald houses, because the houses are larger than the land, for little or no money, whereas you can't buy a house on Fifth Avenue or somewhere else for those prices. So don't be stuck by what I say. You sell everything. Fixer-uppers we sell. Short sales. Whatever you want to sell, you can sell. I like luxury, so that's my choice.
Great. It looks like Natalia asked the question of, is it necessary to be multilingual, or is most of the clients English speaking? I believe this one will be to you, Eugenia, as well.
Thank you. No, I mean, it helps to be multilingual, but it does not matter. I mean, as long as you speak English or whatever, most people speak English. Even when we have our conferences, most people speak English, but if you're selling properties, it's good to at least have someone near you. If someone says specifically, I'm not very good at English, then have in the background someone that you can use to translate. I mean, I have people that are, one of my big clients is Korean. I don't speak Korean. I eat, Korean food, but I don't. But I have someone that can translate for me. So you really just make sure that you know the metrics and you know the basics. English is the language.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I think this one last question as we go for time here. This one's going to Big Papa Gene, and this is coming from Colleen. And the question to Gene is, how can we find success stories in attracting large brokerage firms like, say, Century 21 or whatever?
You guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Gene.
Yep.
Okay. I keep popping out on my internet, but large broker firms, believe it or not, guys, because of COVID, right, this year, I've fielded more broker calls than ever. So just treat it just like an agent, because basically they're looking at a way out as well. They're looking at a way to maybe get out of the headaches of the brokerage, especially with the overhead they're having right now. So, hey, give me a call on the side. I'd be glad to go over it with you. I mean, too much to describe here. It's a little bit of different discussion with brokers than agents.
Yeah, that is a deep conversation. But and I know we said that was going to be the last one, but we definitely have to ask this question, and then we're going to roll right into the raffle because these folks are definitely excited about what we have for them. Gene, this is going to go to you. As EXP is expanding into international markets, we've already expanded into international markets, but of course we opened 5 new countries in 2020 alone during a pandemic. How are we attracting other agents? What do you suggest as far as agents who are wanting to attract other agents in international markets? How do we do that?
Well, I've got news for you. This is the biggest exciting things you've got to get to know, number one, Michael Valdez, right? And when I say you get to know him, at least have a conversation with Michael. So if you've got other countries you know about, have a good conversation with him and his staff. Number two, I will tell you this before we get into our raffle. Literally every time you travel now, you should talk about EXP. Even, I'm telling you what, guys, even with my neighbors, I have a neighbor here I was talking about, we're expanding all over the world. He says, well, I'm from India. And I said, that's funny, we're going into India. So everybody you know, just bring up the fact that we're going worldwide, guys. It's really easy.
Oh, that is so awesome. So cool. That is so awesome. Y'all give everybody a hand of applause. Like this has just been awesome information. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yay. There you go. So we're going to go we're going to go to the moment you've all been waiting for. And that is today's raffle. And so let me tell you the first one. The first one is an $100 Amazon gift card. So let's see. Oh, and before that, let's do some housekeeping tips. Before the end of this session, I want to make sure that you all do 2 things. One, take the survey. There's an exit survey. So to take the exit survey. And the second thing is we want you to participate in our census. The census is highly important for us to find out demographic information about our agents so our staff and leadership can help us help ourselves better to perform as agents in the long term, short term and long term. So thank you for putting that out there there you go. Perfect. So let's do the raffle. Who has the answers on it? Let's see. Who has? I'm thinking Melanie. Is that you?
Yeah. First one. What are we giving away first here?
The first prize is a Amazon gift card.
Hold on.
Right,
Agnes. Agnes, could you close your microphone, please? We're getting some feedback. Awesome.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
One rule for a winner: you must still be in the room. So our winner of the Amazon gift card is going to be Frank Cancilla. Frank, I see you're still here. Can you stand up for us? Self a hand for winning that gift card.
Yay!
Where's Frank?
Frank in there? Congrats, Frank.
You guys can come up on the stage. We'll take a picture of you if you can make it up here.
Yep. Second,
come up front if you're a winner so that we can get you information how we're going to get this to you.
That's right.
Up, Frank. Don't be shy.
Yep.
Click on go to and then tap on stage and that'll put you right up here with us. We only got 3 minutes left, so make it quick. Just click on.
Yep. Second prize is going to go to an individual who for FIOPSI membership. So it is a 1-year FIOPSI membership that EXP will pay on your behalf. So Come on, let's go ahead and announce it, Melanie. Come on down,
let's
Frank.
make sure this person is in the room. And that is going to go to Susanna Mena.
Yay, Susanna.
Come on down.
Come on down. Yay. Let's see Susanna. Okay. And then last but not least, well, we've got a couple more. And then the next one prize is going to go to a one-on-one virtual coffee break or coffee event with Gene Frederick.
All right. Our lucky winner for that excellent opportunity is Marilyn Cook. Come on down.
Marilyn, where are you?
Yep. And then this is one of my favorite ones. And then we've got a one-on-one virtual coaching call with Damian Forrester.
All right.
And we're making, these folks are in the room. Do you guys agree that you must be present to win, right?
Yes, they have to be in
Yes,
the room.
they're all still here. At least their names are Ilana Hodge.
How do I go?
Ilana.
Come on down.
Yay.
How do I go to the stage? I'm sorry.
Go to and stage.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so is everybody on stage yet?
No, not yet.
I'm on my way.
She's coming. She's coming.
The stage?
And then
hey, while Susanna's making her way to the stage, yeah, just click on go to and then click on stage. You'll appear up here with us. Really quick, because we got to run out of here. Type in the chat, what was the one thing that you're going to take away and change your business with? Go ahead and type it in the chat. What did you hear today that was an aha moment for you that made you say, you know what? I've got to start doing that better. I have to start doing this better. This is who I am walking out of this room. Go ahead and type that in the chat. We'd love to see that.
Everyone
be an agent without fear. FIAPSI was golden. Everyone deserves a home. I thought that was awesome. Have some great conversations with top agents. No fear. I keep on seeing that one. FIAPSI. Spread the word to everybody, agents and brokers.
Travel and meet more.
Yeah. Recruiting, vitally important. Okay. Travel, meet more agents. I know that gives you a new reason to travel, right? Gene is in Puerto Rico talking to agents and brokers. Damien's in Belize. I'm in Orlando. If you guys want to come visit, you can come, don't come talk to agents here. I'll do that. But, go outside of your market. I love that, what Gene said. Somebody said make $3,000 a month. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. All right, well, let's take a group photo. Thank you, everybody, for being in the room. Please make sure you fill out the survey, letting us know how we did today. The speakers would love to hear that feedback. That's genuine feedback from somebody who likes to speak from the stage. We can tell you that your energy and your reciprocation of our energy is very important. So thank you again for everybody who showed up. That link just got posted again in the chat. So we'll do that. And congratulations to all of our raffle winners.
Yeah. Congrats. Perfect. Yeah. Don't jump off the stage yet. We're going to all take a picture real quick. Damien's the picture guy. Do we get behind him?
All right. Get behind me. I got you. Let's see. Who am I not seeing? You just all on me. Go ahead. All right. I am not seeing Dwayne Witt. All right, Dwayne, move to your right. Now Dwayne's in the back. Come to the end, Dwayne. Come to the end. Next to, you blocking somebody, Dwayne. You're blocking Susan. There you go, Dwayne. All right, who's behind me? All right. Melanie, come to my left.
I don't see Eugenia. Make sure Eugenia's in the picture.
Yeah, Eugenia. Come over next to...
yeah, Eugenia's hiding behind me right now.
All right, Eugenia, come next to, is it Alana? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. Gina, come over here. You're still behind. Actually, if you stay exactly right there, you're good. But I think, is it Melanie? Melanie, come more to your left. Or to my left. Yeah, all right, perfect. All right. Sweet. All right, well, let me get rid of the presentation tool. Let me get rid of the chat. And there we go. Look at you waving. All right, hold on. Here we go. And 3, 2, 1. Boom. There we go. Thank you, guys.
Yay.
You lost me. I
Hooray.
jumped off the
Awesome.
stage.
Good. And we got out with,
You lost me. I
got out
jumped
with a
off
little
the
bit.
stage.
Yep.
Great job, everyone.
Could you
Great
have
job,
a
everybody.
Lisa
Good job,
tell us-
everybody.
I jumped off the stage, Damien. I jumped off the stage.
Nice work, Gene.
I jumped off the stage, Damien.
Thank you, guys. Enjoyed
Thanks,
it. Enjoyed
Thanks,
it.
Gene. Thank you.
Congratulations, Colleen, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Eugenie.
you to you.
you.
Which of the sessions should we use? The name that you had for Let's Connect Building Bridges is not an option on the survey. Which of the survey names would you like us to
I love that. Not yet, but you will. Hey, Ro, welcome, welcome. I was just uploading the slide deck right there.
Hey, hey.
All right, guys. This is Ro. We're going to get started in a few minutes. I just want to make sure that we have everything set up for you guys. And I guess, Ro, do you want to sit or do you want to stand? To you. I can bring on the furniture. Ro, I think your mic is muted. There in the left side, the bottom left there. You can unmute. Okay. So Ro's going to be talking about $300 million in sales that he's done in only 8 years. So I'm super, super, super excited. So give us one more moment. I just want to make sure we are all good. So while we are waiting for a little bit, in the chat box, can you guys tell us where you are coming from? Where are you right now? Okay, I see Portland, Florida, Las Vegas, Rose, by the way, in San Francisco, New Jersey, South Carolina, nice, Tennessee, Washington, Canada. I mean, Ro, look at all those people from everywhere across the country, across the world. Look at that, Orlando, New York. Are you seeing that, Ro?
So what's going on here?
Okay. All right, Ro, your mic is on and we're going to get started. All right. Okay, so we're going to get started. Thank you everyone for chiming in on where you are in the world. All right, so again, thank you to coming to our session titled $300 Million Agent Living the American Dream with Ro Habibi. My name is Rizwana Afzali, and I have the pleasure of introducing our guest. Before I tell you about Ro, who here, by a show of hands, knows or has heard of Ro? You can use that raise hand icon button that you guys used earlier in the chat box. All right, raise your hands. Let me see. Who knows Ro? Let's go. All right, look at that. That's amazing. So for those of you who follow Ro on his YouTube channel or other social media, let me tell you where you might know him from. Ro was on Bravo's $1 Million Listing Agent San Francisco. He's a renowned locally and globally, the multicultural and multilingual Ro possesses a unique knowledge of foreign markets with fluency in English, Farsi, Dari, Arabic. I think your mic is on.
Freddie's out.
So he has all those languages. I mean, I thought I had 3 languages, but he has about 4 or 5 right here within him. And he also specializes in working in venture capitalists, hedge fund managers, founders of companies, C-suite executives, foreign investors, athletes, those in the entertainment industry, developers, and also clients unfamiliar with the San Francisco Bay Area landscape to provide a streamlined process from fruition to completion. So Ro, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy day to be here at EXPCon 2020. So let's start at the beginning. What are some of the hurdles that you overcame coming here to the United States? And go ahead and unmute your mic, Ro. Ro, go ahead and unmute your mic. Bottom left.
I think he's unmuted.
I think he is unmuted. Ro, go ahead and either unmute or hold on to
Yeah,
the
if
one
anyone
button.
wants to ask any questions before we get started, let's rock. Let's do it. I'm excited.
All right, let's do this. So what are some of the hurdles that you overcame coming here to the United States? Go ahead, Ro. Go ahead. We can hear you. Your mic is on. He might be delayed, maybe. Here, let's do this since we have technology on our hands. Let me call him and put him on speaker. How about that? Right? Let's do that. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Riz?
Yeah, now we can.
Ro might want to click the gear icon and select reinitialize voice. That might help.
Y'all need some help?
Hey, we're just doing tech support right now. I'm on the phone with him at the moment. Candace is here.
Okay.
He can't hear us. I'm trying to have him reinitialize the voice there on the top right row. If you look at that, can you? Oh no, so that's the presentation mode. Hold on 1 second.
And look, he's on mute too. If you look at his name, he's got his mute on. So make sure he unmutes to give that a try.
He says that he.
Yeah, I'm unmuted
Oh,
right
there
now.
you go. Yes, we can hear you. Perfect.
All right, I think we're good now.
All right, I'll get rid of then the privacy circle so everyone can hear y'all as well. And I'll get off stage. Sorry.
All right, perfect. All right. Go ahead, Ro. We were on the question of what are some of the hurdles that you overcame coming here to the United States? Yeah, I think the sound keeps on cutting out in and out, actually.
Okay, Riz, I could hear you inside of my computer now, so that's great.
Okay, so I see that you have an orange thing, so you might have audio issues, but go ahead. So close. We can hear you, I think, right? Audience, can we hear you? Raise your hands if you can hear Ro.
Yeah, I see a lot of hands going up.
All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, technical issues happen all the time, right? This is live, so let's go. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Hey, good morning, everybody from EXP. So happy to be here joining you guys today. This is crazy. It's Friday, 10:35 a.m. where I am here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Super stoked to be here and be able to share a couple ideas and thoughts with you guys. So we'll do a Q&A after the initial talk with Rizwana. So please, if you guys have any questions, just hold on to them for a couple minutes so we could get those answered for you guys. I have a hard stop at, I want to say probably about 11:15, maybe a little bit sooner, but I'm happy to chat with you all.
All right, awesome. So I was just telling them, Ro, that they probably know you from the Bravo's $1 Million Listing Agent San Francisco. You know, you were amazing in that. I mean, oh my gosh, loved that show. Who else watched the $1 Million Listing San Francisco? Raise your hands, please. Let me see those hands go up. Look at that, Ro. Look at those hands. Virtually, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty amazing. And then I was also telling them that, you know, you are renowned locally and globally with multicultural, multilingual. I mean, you know more languages than I do. I thought I was good with 3, right? You know,
hey,
4 or 5.
Is there any way that I could turn on my video so they could see me from there?
Yeah,
or
so
how do I do that?
On the presentation tool, okay, there is share your screen. There's also video camera there too. Do you see that little icon? Let's see Ro. Who wants to see Ro on video?
Yeah, I want you guys to see me and feel the energy, and I wish I could see you all, but okay, so what do I press in order to get the video
share
up?
your webcam. You see a little camera icon there, Ro?
Where am I looking?
In the presentation tool. Do you see that? Share your webcam.
Riz first, you have to give him control. Riz first, he has to go to a screen to his right or his left.
Okay.
And then he's going to have to press for ownership,
Okay.
and then he can press his hamburger tool. I mean, then he could press the camera.
So I might be lost with all that type of stuff. So.
No, that's okay. I have your picture like square and center, so everyone
All right,
sees
cool.
you
Whatever,
right
man.
there.
Let's do it.
I know you want to bring the energy, but you already
Yeah,
have the energy
yeah.
in your
Okay.
voice,
All
right,
right,
guys?
let's just keep it going then.
Let's keep it going. All right. So again, Rose speaks about 4 or 5 languages: English, Farsi, Dari, Arabic, and of course, I'm sure he's learning more languages as he grows more globally here. So I was just telling them that you worked with venture capitalists, hedge fund managers, founders of companies, C-suite executives, foreign investors, athletes, folks in the entertainment industry, developers, and clients unfamiliar with San Francisco Bay Area. And so you literally do A to Z, start to finish with the whole process with any client that you work with. So I wanted to ask you, Ro, what are some of the hurdles that you overcame coming here to the United States?
Before I touch on that, I just want to let everybody know that's in the audience right now that's listening to us, for everything that she just mentioned that I'm doing and how I'm doing it and stuff like that, I'm 100% open to share what I'm doing and how I'm doing it so you guys could do it in your respective markets. So hold on to those questions for sure. I came here as a refugee in the mid 80s from the country of Afghanistan, which is located in Southeast Asia. So my mom, my dad, my older brother, and myself, we were like many other people that are probably listening right now, came over here with pretty difficult situations. We were smuggled out of the country of Afghanistan because there was a war going on during the former USSR, and it was pretty much fight or flight, right? We were either going to be there in a country where turmoil was happening, or my parents were going to figure out another way for us to get out and create some opportunity. So we were able to get smuggled out of the country, which costed quite a bit of money. We paid some Sherpas, and we were taken over the Pakistani mountain range into Pakistan. So it took about 8 days and 8 nights. My mom was breastfeeding me at the time. It kind of goes to show you what age group I was in, and she literally ran out of breast milk at the time. So it was super scary. It was a very interesting time for everybody in their lives, and we ended up having to stay in a Pakistani refugee camp with probably countless amounts of other people, and we were there for I think maybe about 8 or 9 months. So my mom's parents, they were able to get sponsorship and come over to the States, so they ended up sponsoring us. Very interesting situation is, it's possible no one here would have ever even known me, because the day that we got our sponsorship approved to come to the United States of America, the day before that, our sponsorship was approved to go to Munich, Germany. So very, very interesting thing, but for whatever reason, God always has a plan. We ended up getting the sponsorship literally the next day to come to the States, and obviously because my mom wanted to be close to her parents and all of her brothers and sisters and everybody else, we ended up coming here to the San Francisco Bay Area. We moved to a city called San Mateo, which, if any of you guys have ever been here to the area, we were there for a little while, and then we moved over to a city called Fremont in the East Bay. And yeah, long story short.
I mean, what an incredible story. I mean, I don't know many of us who went through that, because I think, Ro, maybe we came here at the same time as refugees in the 80s, maybe.
Refugees, let's go!
Refugees in the house, right? Refugees in the house, right? But yeah, I mean, we also came here to own these opportunities. So you guys have so many opportunities, and I'm so excited that Ro is so open to share his experiences and his willingness for you guys to also thrive and not just survive. So now going into that, let's pick Ro's brain, right? Let's go. Ro, what's your favorite lead generation sources to get clients?
Okay, so my absolute 150% favorite source of getting new business buyers and sellers is on pause right now, and that's open houses. Okay, some of you may be thinking, oh my God, there's no possible way that open houses is going to create that much business and be the chief driving force of an entire business. But in reality, I could promise you 100% it is, because of 2 reasons. The way that I work the open house. Some agents and stuff are fond on doing these mega open houses where you rent a taco truck and an ice cream station and you market it 3 weeks in advance and all that stuff. I never did any of that. But what I did do is this. I made 250 handwritten notes, okay? And what I would do is before the open house, 3 hours before the open house, every single day I would do the open house, I would go and I would knock every door next door. And I would tell them, hey, such and such neighbor over here is moving away. If you wanted to reach out to them and say goodbye, they're moving to blank. And it's a good opportunity for you guys to say, bye. And, we've marketed the house. We got it staged. It's prepped. It's ready to go. I'm having open house Saturday and Sunday from 1 to 4 both days. Come on by, take a look at the house. Maybe if you have any friends, family, anyone that you want to be in the neighborhood, this is a great opportunity for you to get them in the neighborhood to live next to you. So now it went from being a cold solicited knock on the door to oh man, yeah, we really like, Frank and Jackie. We definitely want to say bye to them. Oh man, I want to see their house. Because most likely the people that are coming over to the open house, they're all neighbors, right? A lot of neighbors come by. We know that. We call them looky-loos, but it is what it is. So when they would come by, I would chat them up and they would see how we presented the property and our marketing details and everything that we've done. And they like that proactive approach of, hey man, this guy came and knocked on my door, got me here to the house. We're not thinking about selling now, but maybe 2 years from now, when we do decide to sell, we're going to reach out to this guy or girl because they did such an amazing job. So it's kind of like an incognito interview. You just interviewed for a listing without having to do a full-on listing pitch by showing an example of what you could do and how you do it. So 250 handwritten cards to all the neighbors before the open houses, get people over to the open house. And then for all the potential people that would be walking into the open house, whether they're single or couples or people with babies or whatever the case may be, I would immediately go and introduce myself to them, learn one of their names, use their name immediately while they're walking through the house, give them all individualized personal attention as much as you possibly can, and then let them roam free. Don't be a hound, right? And then when they come back with actual real deal questions, you don't give them your card, ever. Never, 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 never give somebody your card. What you do is you pull out your cell phone and you say, hey, give me your contact information, first name, last name, cell phone, best email, and I'm going to put you into my phone right now and I'll reach back out to you after the open house today. That way you're in control of the conversation. You never leave it up to them to reach out to you because more than likely they will never reach out to you. So always take control of the follow-up steps. So that's how you're going to be super, super successful when you're working the open house. And don't feel like you need to have so many bells and whistles and food and drinks and catering and all that type of good stuff. The house speaks for itself, so that's why they're going to be coming there, because of your beautiful photos that you've taken. Always take beautiful professional photos for the house to get people through the front door. And then when they get there, that's when you work them and you build the actual relationship. I've worked with open houses where literally I've gotten calls 6 years later saying, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but you had this house over on Ralston, and as they start speaking, then maybe I'll remember them. But that is how you work the connection. Put them on your email database after you've captured their data, and you should send them out 33 touches every single year. Every 12 days, you should have a beautiful newsletter that's action-packed with fun, excitement, parks, recreation, travel. It should have real estate. It should have updates. It should have what's going on within the business sector, the stock world. It should have all those different points inside of there. So you are the knowledge broker. You are the provider when people want to do anything real estate related, and they know that you're not a one-trick pony. They know that you're a super well-rounded individual that knows the micro and the macroeconomic system, and that's how you're going to do a lot better. I create my newsletter myself, Michelle. I can't take that out to other people just because it's just going to make me too nervous to do that.
Oh, I 100% agree. I do the same thing. I do my own as well because I know what I want to put in there and I know how I speak, so I don't know how anyone else will speak for me. That's a really, really good point there, Ro. So that is your number one thing, right? So during
Yes, so
the pandemic,
I cannot wait till open houses open back up, guys. But what I'm doing in the meantime is I'm working the different social avenues, the email database that I've built up. I have about 4,500 people on there right now. Working the phone a lot, doing a lot of cold calling. I use Mojo Dialer. I don't know if you guys are using a dialing system, but I use Mojo Dialer. I do circle prospecting with different areas that I've sold in, different houses that I brought onto the market or I'm closing. And I call, text, email, and I use a video platform called One Mob. And that's what I do, video recorded messages, pre-recorded messages on video, 30 seconds, 60 seconds, and I send them out via text or email because you always want to put a face to the name, right? Not everyone's going to remember us. They have busy lives. So when you're calling and texting and leaving a voicemail message and leaving a One Mob video, it's a four-prong approach. Yeah, you're going to find One Mob in the App Store. And anyone who mentions me, because of One Mob, I'm going to get you a big discount because I've been a firm advocate for them for years, ever since their beta program. So so contact me or get in touch with me so I could put you in touch with One Mob because it's a pretty amazing platform.
absolutely. And so going with that, what is your typical day look like? What do you do so you don't burn yourself out?
That's a very good question. Lately, since the pandemic started, I started playing golf. Now, many of you guys are probably, avid players and you've been playing for years and stuff like that. But for myself, anytime I pick something up new, I really, really, really want to get good at it. So I'm on 22 rounds so far. Hopefully, if it doesn't rain this afternoon, I'm going to play my 23rd round. I only play 9 holes because I only have time for about an hour or hour and a half to knock out the course. So, that's what I do recently, just to not burn out. I built a home gym inside of my garage ever since the pandemic started as well. So I work out, hopefully twice a day. I do the cardio in the morning and I do the weights and everything like that in the afternoon after the day is done. But so let me give you an idea on kind of what my day looks like. So I have my calendar open right now, so I'll kind of just go over what today is going to look like, just to give you an idea on, rough scale what every day looks like. So today being Friday, so I wake up before the sun rises, right? First and foremost win that I would like to do for the day is beat the sun up. So when I wake up before the sun rises, that's when I have my spiritual time, my metaphysical time. So I'll wake up, I'll do the morning prayer. After that, I'll do a Calm meditation. I don't know if you guys have Calm, but it's an amazing app that I use. It's a meditation app. So I'll do a Calm meditation. It takes about 10 to 12 minutes to do the Calm meditation. So after I do the Calm meditation, then I'll do a platform. It's an app. It's called Elevate. So Elevate is to make me smarter. It's one of the most amazing apps that I got when the pandemic started and we were just stuck at home. So I get Elevate and I knock out an Elevate session for the day, and that usually takes about 10 minutes as well. Elevate is going to just push you to your highest limits with your vocabulary, with your mathematics, with how brightly and how quickly you could think. It's just amazing. So definitely get that if you guys have not had a chance to check that out, Elevate. So then after that, I'm just pulling up my calendar here for today. Okay, so before I would have to, get the kids up, get them ready for school, get them fed, get them dressed, and drop them off. But because we're doing homeschooling now, which a lot of other parents out there are, that made that aspect a lot easier. So today, Friday, we have both the Silicon Valley, which is like Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Atherton, Woodside Brokers Tour, but Brokers Tour is canceled, so I can't do that anymore. And then, so otherwise I would do that from basically 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So because that's canceled, I have buyer showings after this call all the way until Friday prayer. So I go to Friday prayer on Fridays at the mosque. That starts at 1:15 and it ends about 2 o'clock. So I'll go do that. My third appointment for today is going to be at 3 p.m. So basically the day starts with beating the sun up, get into the office, check, revise, see what's going on with contracts, see what's going on with the whiteboard that I have in front of me at all times, finding out what's going on within the transactions, who's moved on to the next stages, what hurdles do we have right now that we're trying to overcome, what's going on with lending, what's going on with title, just figuring out what's going on with the business. After figuring out what's going on with the business, then I do follow up and follow back on people that I said I'm going to send a CMA to, getting everything ready for potential listing appointments that we're going on to for the day. Just common business, right? Getting everything moving forward. And then within that, most of the time, it's really bad to say this, but, lunch, sometimes I miss lunch all the time, actually. So I'll end up having to just stop at like Jamba Juice and get a smoothie and in a twist or something like that, and just keep on going. I find that I'm inside of the car often, just going from site to site, from property to property. And, it's really hard to do that because I don't have a driver, and the Bay Area landscape is, it's pretty big. We don't live in a dense urban city environment where I could get a driver so I could continue just doing work from the back. But that probably inevitably at one point or another, that's what I want to do. So yeah, so I'm just driving around, I'm going to appointments, I'm doing listing presentations, I'm doing buyer consultations. I try to slowly wind down the day by 5, 6 p.m. And when I do that, when I get home, I really don't want to do any more calls, texts, emails, computer work, business work. When I get home, I have basically from, let's just say 6 p.m. until, 9 p.m. when we put the kids down, just to spend good quality time with them, check how the day went, what do they work on, what do they not work on, just, reading, getting stuff ready for their bedtimes, brushing their teeth, getting them ready to go. That's literally just quality family time. And, I would not, for anyone that's out there listening, I would not let anything business-wise interfere with that, because, when things are good at home and you're running on 100% at home and your spouse is happy and your kids are happy and everyone's just doing really, really good at home, you're going to perform, in your best light at work. When it comes to your presentations and when it comes to dealing with other people, you really, really, really have to put a separating boundary on your time. Like when Rizwana called me first thing this morning, that's when I was feeding the kids and spending our morning time together. That's when we turn on the Sonos and we put the Disney music on and we're all dancing and laughing and eating breakfast and stuff like that together. That is really, really important to do, because these kids are not going to remember, oh, my dad, was a real estate agent or my mom was a real estate agent. They're going to worry about how much time you spent with them and how much quality time it was, and did you fulfill their emotional needs, or did you not? That's what they're going to worry about. They don't know anything about money. They don't know that you have a mortgage and car payments and clients that are very difficult to deal with. They don't care about any of that. They don't know about any of that. They don't need to know about any of that. So we as humans, we just have to focus on priorities, right? And for me, the family, the wife and the kids are big time priority. And I really set the boundaries when I'm doing the buyer's consultation or when I'm doing the listing appointment. I make sure that the clients know, like, hey, look, I'm human just like you, and I need you to respect my time just like I respect your time. So unless you have something that's super pressing and urgent, don't give me a late night call, text, or email. Like, we could handle that the next day in the morning, during business hours.
Definitely. Boundaries are so important. I know a lot of us burn ourselves out. I mean, you don't want it to be, if you have kids or family, where that's what you were known for, like never spend time with us, just always on the go, go, go. So really, really good points, Ro. Amazing there. So I just want to ask you, if you were a new agent in 2020, what would you do to break into the real estate market, and especially in luxury?
Okay. So let's first and foremost, let's get off of the concept of luxury, okay? And many people ask me that question all the time. Oh, bro, how do I break into the luxury? How do I break into the luxury? The only thing you and I need to focus on when it comes to real estate is one very simple word. And that word is called volume. Volume. I'll repeat it again. Volume. So when you are working, I don't care if you're selling one $20 million property once a year and never doing any more business. That's not how you get paid. You need to have a very, very consistent flow of business every single month. 1 to 3 to 4 transactions a month. That might be really, really low for a lot of people that are listening right now. But for me in the Bay Area, if I'm doing 4 deals a month, holy, you know what? That's a lot of volume, okay? Because our price points are higher over here. I don't focus on luxury. If I do a big pounder here and there, that's fantastic. That's just an addition. That's icing on the cake. But my main goal and focus is do $100 million in business every single year. The only way that I'm going to do that is by volume. So for many of us, get off of the concept of, oh my God, I need to be the $5 million plus agent or the 7 million plus, 10 million plus agent. You don't need to be that. If you do those deals, that's great. But you need to focus on having such a pipeline of business that there's 40 people in that pipeline. So every single month, there is 1 to 4 transactions popping. So the average price for Amy, because she just answered the question. So last year, my average price point was 3.1 million. Now, that's pretty, awesome. But being super conservative, the average price point is going to be probably 1.6 for me. So, getting to 100 million is going to be 33 transactions for me if I'm doing the 3.1. But if I'm doing the 1.6, obviously, as you can imagine, it's going to be a lot more. So you're finding great clients to work with that are going to take your advice for you to be able to do a healthy amount of volume, so your numbers could go up, so you could pay your people more money, and so you could make more money net after everything's all said and done. Yes, absolutely. I use a transaction coordinator. She's pretty much full time. So breaking into luxury is not my specialty, and I can't really tell you how to do that exactly. What I could tell you is this: if you build relationships with the right people, naturally the demographic of their price point to buy or sell is going to go up. Okay? So if you want to consider that to be breaking into the luxury, I would say that is the most fantastic way that you could break into the luxury. Do one deal that you provide 5-star service with somebody, and they become the biggest advocate for you. So when they go to their next birthday party or dinner party or whatever, or invite a lot of people over to the house that you help them get, they tell people, oh my God, you should definitely use, Alyssa, because she was just a stellar agent. And now, because they're in that higher price point category, they know other people that are in the higher price point category. So then you have one more chance at potentially doing a higher deal. And then you slowly start doing that and start steamrolling that. And then 5 years later, yeah, you're known for having a higher dollar per square foot, price point than other agents. And you're known as a quote unquote luxury agent. You know what I mean?
Right. So let's just say you just got into real estate. You just got your license today. What would you do to get business as a brand new agent in this COVID environment?
Okay. If I'm a brand new agent and I just got licensed yesterday, this is what I'm going to do, because I'm very strategic and focused when it comes to doing anything, right? First and foremost, what I'm going to do is this. 1, I'm going to research the companies that are in my specific market. Century 21s and Remax and Coldwell Banker and EXP and Sotheby's and blah, blah, blah. Okay? So I'm going to pull up all the companies that are located in my area where I want to potentially work. I'm going to go onto their website, and I'm going to pull up every single agent one by one. I'm going to read their entire bio, and then I'm going to see what type of sales they're doing, what price points of sales they're doing, and what locations the sales are happening in. Then I'm going to make a list of my top 20 out of every single company in my area, every agent, whatever. And then I'm going to put together a really beautiful proposition on why I would be able to come and join that team and help out with that production. I would never ask them what they could do for me, how big of an opportunity this is for me, how much training and coaching and mentoring I'm going to be able to get from them, how I'm going to pick their brain. Agents that are producing do not give a you-know-what about you. All they care about is how are you going to help this business, this brand grow. So when you're talking about me, that's an immediate delete this person. This person is never going to have a chance. So what you and I have to do is think about, okay, what specific skills, tangible skills have I built throughout college or past work experience or etc. that is going to help me help them. And I'm going to put together either a PowerPoint or I'm going to put together a beautiful document saying, hey, these are the areas that I specialize in. You know, I started working on Photoshop for the last year, and I'm a semi-pro when it comes to Photoshop. I really know social media. I really know video and YouTube. I really know how to do branding campaigns because I did that at my past job. You need to find out, why does Sally need you? Why are you going to be a beneficial person for her in her life to take work off of her plate, bring in more new buyers and new sellers than anybody else, and do a really stellar job doing that? So if you're doing that, you know, and you're brand new, I would bring you onto my team and I would say, hey, wow, you're amazing. You know this, this, and this, and this. Yeah, we totally suck at that. We don't know how to do that at all. And you know how to do it. Wow, great. Why don't you come over and, you know, give us an example for the next 30 days on how you could do that for us. And if it works after 30 days, we'll consider continuing. And if it doesn't, then we part ways. So you have basically a 30-day trial where you work for free and you add more value than anybody else. And then that person says, oh my God, this person's indispensable. I'm never going to find someone like this again. And I want this person to be on my team now. So if you're thinking otherwise, where you're going to break into the market on your own, I mean, that's just a dead end. We know that because 87% of the people that get licensed, they don't even make it to year one. 87% fail rate, guys. 90% fail rate to year 5. So if you're trying to do this on your own, you don't need to do it on your own. Okay? So, I mean, yeah, mentors are fantastic, coaching's fantastic, training is fantastic, but some people have quote unquote it and other people don't have it, you know, and that's why this is a huge fail rate. So it's a really tough business. You're on 100% commission. So, you know, if you're, you know, have family to take care of and you have all these other responsibilities and you're trying to make it as an individual and agent, that's really, really difficult. Okay? Really difficult. So just be careful and be aware of that.
Right, and that's a good point too, right? Like your tribe is how you thrive, right? So you have to put yourself out there and, you know, show that tribe that, yes, I belong there, right? So that's really, really good points there. And if you don't find, say, top 20 agents in your market with your brokerage or whoever you're with, then you be that top person, right? Follow Ro's advice. He knows what he's talking about. So going forward, Ro, what have you done to set yourself apart from the competition? Because, you know, there's so many realtors in your area and so many other prospective markets out there.
Apart from my good looks and this amazing beard, I don't know. That's all I've done. So, look, the market here is crazy. Like in San Francisco alone, there's 6,000 agents. In the East Bay, there's another 6,000 agents. In Silicon Valley, there's another 4,000 agents. So throughout the Bay Area, just think about the Bay Area as a whole, there's easily 20,000 real estate agents that somebody could, you know, pick up the phone and talk to. Okay, look at that, 55,000 in Toronto. So for anyone, me, you, any one of us, the only way that you're going to set yourself apart is not by recreating the wheel. Okay, real estate is real estate, guys. We help buyers and sellers when they're transitioning their life. We're there to help them locate a property, do the due diligence, do the inspections, make sure that they're covered legally, and help them get a great deal on a house. That's what we do, guys. Okay, so let's not make it difficult. That's what we do. So what you need to do is you need to get known. If I don't know you, Danielle, if I don't know you, Michael, if I don't know you, Cornell, if I don't know you, Scott, how on earth am I possibly gonna do business with you? I'm never, ever going to do business with you because I do not know you. Out of that 55,000 agents, 20,000 agents, 3,400 agents, I will never be able to do business with you. So you need to figure out, okay, if the name of the game is get known by more people for being the professional when it comes to real estate in my specific market, you need to figure out how to get known in that specific space. Use free things, use Facebook, use Twitter, use Instagram, use YouTube, use every single free platform out there. Use Snapchat, use TikTok, use Pinterest, use everything that you possibly can that's free to set up beautiful, well-written, beautiful photos, profiles, and spend 3 hours a day minimum trying to get known. Commenting on other people, liking other people's photos, reaching out to people, call them. Like, just, you have to take a lot of effort, okay? So in order to get known, set a 12-month plan, okay? Don't do a short-term plan, set up a 12-month plan where you think about, okay, how am I going to get known in 12 months? What do I need to do every single month, and how could I reverse engineer this? So one of my mentors, Grant Cardone, I mean, I'm going to read this off to you guys because it's right in front of me right now. So just give me one quick second. I'm going to pull this open and I'm going to read it to you, okay? Because when I read this, it made me feel like trash. Okay. He's done, according to when I did this post, which is probably like, a year ago, he had at that point done 150,000 social posts. He did 96,000 tweets. He'd been featured in 1,100 articles. He's done 13,000 speaking engagements, 700 live interviews, and thousands of live streams. Who knows how many cold calls he's done. But when I read that, and I'm like thinking to myself, okay, I'm trying to be a top agent here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Nobody even knows me. How am I going to get known? So those are the things that you need to think about. How are you going to be known as the go-to professional for your specific market when it comes to real estate? Because yeah, there could be 55,000 agents in Toronto, but I guarantee you that maybe, 100 of them are actually even top of mind for many clients. Because in real estate, I have to tell you this, guys, right now, it's not an 80-20 rule. It's more like a 90-10. 90% of the people that have their real estate licenses out of that 55,000 people are probably doing very, very minimal to no transaction volume at all. 10% of those people are killing it. They are scraping up everything. They're making all the money. They have the marketing budget. They have the team. They are the people that are doing the best work. So you and I, what we need to figure out is, okay, how am I going to do that for my specific market? How am I going to do that here in the Bay Area, where there's agents that have been in the business for 30 years over here, right? They have all of the connections. They do a lot of volume. They do a lot of business. But am I going to let that stop me just because I've been in the market, for 8.5 years? No. That just means I have to work harder. That means I have to work harder than anyone else. I got to be more enthusiastic when I'm dealing with clients. I got to be more informed. I got to be more knowledgeable. I got to be able to promote myself better than the other people. That's what I have to do. That's part of my job. So, yeah.
Nice. And then a question that we just saw in the chat real quick, which talks about competition, is if you're in a listing presentation row and someone says, I want to use my part-time friend that I've known forever, how would you overcome that?
I say, if your relationship with that part-time friend is just stellar and amazing, why don't that part-time friend and I team up? I have no oppositions of doing 50-50. We get to use the power of me, my brand, my market, my marketing, my advertising. And yeah, your friend happens to be, a very part-time agent that probably is going to do only one deal this entire year, but I have no issues partnering up with that person. I would rather have much more 50% of something than 100% of nothing, right? So you guys, don't be afraid to partner up with other people in your office, within your market, with other top agents in your market. There's no reason for you to leave business ever, because you have to remember, the money that you make, that's what's, fueling your life and your lifestyle and your family and your kids and everything else. So Don't ever be afraid just because you work at EXP to go partner with someone that works at Coldwell Banker, or vice versa, or whatever the case may be. Have a very, very like open mind when it comes to teaming up with people to get stuff done, because collaboration is all part of our brokerage community. If you're not collaborating with other people that are agents in your community that are killing it, they're not going to want to work with you. And that's never good. When your offer comes in and they're like, yeah, I don't really want to work with Barbara. She's not collaborative. I reached out to her. She didn't want to team up with me on this deal. Now her offer is going to go to the bottom of the list.
Right, and that's such a good point, because collaboration is such a big core value here within our EXP as well. So knowing what you know, Ro, now in so many years that you've been doing this, what would you do differently now that you know the business?
I've shared a lot of it already. Open houses, obviously a huge target. Maybe work those very well. Collaboration. Making sure that you prioritize the things that need to be prioritized. A lot of the things that I shared so far have been, that's what I would do. If I just got into the market now, I would join a team. I wouldn't do it on my own. I would add as much value as I possibly can to that team. I would crush it on that team. I would work on that team for ages until I stand on my own 2 feet and I say, hey, I've been doing this for 5 years now. I've done 200 transactions. All right, cool. I'm ready to be on my own now. You know what I mean? Like, there is no rushing this process, guys. If you've noticed, the top agents in any community, in any market, have been in the business for 15 plus years, 15 to 30 years. Why do you think that is? They've withstood the test of time when everybody else quit and walked away and left the business. So if you want to be the person that's going to be there at the end of 10 years, at the end of 15 years, you need to think long game, okay? Nothing here is short. This is all the long game.
Absolutely. And one of the questions I just saw here was going back to your handwritten notes. Do you mail those out, or do you door knock? Well, obviously you can't door knock now, but before, did you door knock and hand that to them?
Yeah, I would do both, actually. So I wanna target them as many which ways as I possibly can, right? So so that's what I would do. I want to share how for people to get in contact with me. So I'm gonna put this here right now. Darn it, where did it go?
And also, Ro, and if you guys look at the main screen, I have all of Ro's social media. So go ahead and zoom in on the middle screen and go ahead and screenshot that. And I'm also going to put a PDF in the work chat right now. Save that PDF as well. It's the same thing as this, so that way you guys can follow him on his social medias. I mean, oh my gosh, I'm blown away by his YouTube. Like, go subscribe. It's awesome. He has all amazing gems in there as well. So let me upload that as well in here in the chat. But what other
guys, I have 5 minutes for Q&A. Okay, let's do 5-minute Q&A. Quick. I can't hear you guys, so you might have to type it in. Okay. Yes, please subscribe to the YouTube. Add me on social, on Instagram. My name is Ro, ROH_Habibi, HABIBI. Follow me on Instagram. You guys can message me on there anytime. Least expensive and most expensive home you sold, 385,000, 31 million. How do you get on $1 million listing? Oh man, that's a long story. We'll have to talk about that offline. How often do you update your newsletter? Every single week. Every single week. Social media stuff is posted. Yes, guys, go ahead and find me on social over there. It's all posted. Where do you find content for your newsletter? I scour the internet. Scour the internet, rip off and duplicate. Make sure that you give people their credit though. Where do you find content for your newsletter? Did that. What attracted you to real estate? My mom. My mom was the reason why I got into real estate, guys. We used to watch $1 Million Listing LA and New York together, and she would tell me all the time, you could do this, you should do this, you could do this. So I finally went and got my license and I did that. What do I think about EXP? I don't know too much about it. Still learning. What platform do I use for my newsletter? I use Rezora, REZORA, Rezora. Hey Riz, is this being recorded? Could we get a copy of this?
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to edit this out, so that way
Yeah,
we don't have those technical difficulties in the beginning, but I will definitely edit it out.
Send me a link of this so I could put it on my podcast.
Absolutely. You got
How
it.
big is your admin team? I don't have any admins right now. I only have a transaction coordinator. What is the number one thing I would do to attract agents? Just be someone that they would want to work with, man. I want to work with people that I like, right? So if people like you, Jonathan, they're going to want to work with you. Yeah, moms are the best. Moms are the best thing in the entire planet. What was I doing before real estate? I was working for JP Morgan Chase, financial planning and wealth management. I got my first client from an open house, and I closed them in 2 weeks. I got them in contract for a $385,000 tenancy in common in San Francisco. What other real estate shows do I watch? No, I don't have any TV right now. I don't have any. I don't have cable and all that type of stuff, so I don't watch any real estate shows. I haven't for a very, very long time. CRM, I use Follow Up Boss. Follow Up Boss. What clubs or associations should we join? For clubs and associations that you should join, you should think about who the clientele demographic is that you're trying to work with, and you have to pay to play. That's the best way to think about it, okay? If I want to work with people that are involved with the tennis club because they happen to be a lot wealthier, I need to go join the tennis club. Same thing for a golf club or resort. Same thing for a yachting club. I don't know. Do you think about if you want to be in a motoring club, just think about where the clients are that you want to work with and go join that club. Warriors, man. Come on, John. Don't ever ask me that again, bro. Warriors all day. Do I use Trello? Yes, I do use Trello. Yep. It's a great way to keep everybody in line and keep everybody on the same page. Podcast, I use SoundCloud. So I think there's a link for my SoundCloud that Riz put on there. So please screenshot that and follow me on everything so we could stay in touch.
I'll upload the PDF again in the chat as well, because I know a lot of you have been asking, so I'm going to upload it again.
Yeah, this has been really cool, guys. I hope I added some value in your life and said it all again for myself so I could say it out loud so it could go into my ears first. What else? Any last questions? Anything else?
Hey, Candace, if you're still on there, can you put the link for the survey, please? And that way we can get some feedback. What do you think, bro?
Yeah, of course. Do it.
We would definitely love to hear your feedback. Now, as a raise of hands, who found this session valuable and who's going to use these techniques? Let me see the hands.
I have to see more hands than that, please.
Come on,
for
guys.
God's sakes.
There's
I need to see
207
every.
of us here.
Yeah, I need to see every single hand in this entire crowd.
Let's go. Let's go. Let me see the hands. I want to see more hands because I'm going to keep you accountable. I'm definitely going to keep you accountable. Let's go. I need to see more hands. Let's see. Let's see. Because you might be here on the stage next year, right? Sharing the gems, right?
Let's go. Let's go. I look forward to seeing you guys.
Thank you so much, Ro, for taking the time seriously
right
to
on.
be here with us. I know how
All right,
busy
guys.
you are.
Have a good rest of your day. Happy Friday to everybody out there. And you guys, one last thing that I'm going to leave every single person here with, including myself first, is this. 2021 is around the corner, guys. You should use the entire month of December to get ready for 2021. When it comes to your business plan, your marketing plan, your budget, your just every single thing that you could think about, your vacations that you want to take next year, where you want to go, who's going to go with you. Every single thing should be calendared, and you should really, really take a good amount of time to build your 21, okay? So, right on, guys. I'm going to check out now. How do I log off of here?
Ro, all you have to do is just close out of the application at the X. And
whole bunch of people gave away unlimited internet for $19.95 a month. Totally changed the game back then. So it was I didn't refer to myself as a dot bomber then because they didn't really have the term of a dot commer yet, but that was my first crash and burn in a technology startup.
Well, look where I got you. Look where you took yourself.
Yeah, it definitely good learning lessons that I've used later on in life, to say the least.
Give it another couple minutes. See if we're going to get some more people into seats.
All right, do you guys want to go ahead and kick it on off? I'm sure some people will come in, but
we sure will. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. Welcome to, I hear it's our final breakout session here with EXPCon 2020. What an exciting opportunity to have our entire panel on a stage. I want to welcome everyone today. My name is Sybil Stewart, and I am the Director for Diversity and Employee Success. I also want to welcome my co-moderator and presenter, Catherine, who is also one of our newest EXP agents. So starting from, I think it's my left, we're gonna do introductions with none other than our very own Glenn Sanford. Can you all see my slide advancing?
Yeah, we can see your slide. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So our very own Glenn Sanford, our founder and CEO, who launched this amazing organization back in 2009. Our next panelist is one of our members of our board of directors, Randy Miles. He goes by all of the names and has been an asset to the EXP brand. He has been in senior leadership for over 25 years. He's held a lot of financial services positions. Glad to have him here. Also, we are welcoming and inviting Jason Gessing into the conversation. And he is the Executive Vice President for Business Development at EXP World Holdings. And last and certainly not least, Ms. Fee Gentry, who is also one of the current sitting members of our board of directors, as well as one of the founding members of One EXP, which we will definitely talk about later. So let's kick this off with an amazing icebreaker. How much money, free chat, do we think we might be leaving on the table by not making diversity a business priority? Millions. Love that, Brian. Way too much. Agreed, Michelle. Feel free, panelists, to also respond. What do we think we might be leaving on the table by not introducing a true diverse eye to how we run our business? Here to find out. Thank you, Colleen.
You know, Sybil, maybe if I can comment. You know, particularly in this day and age, companies that are not conscious of the overall environment, but more particularly who do not strive to be a reflection of the society around them, runs the risk of alienating customers, not enticing others, and therefore stands a real risk of expending some opportunity cost and leaving some money on the table. I think one of the interesting things about EXP, and I think this goes all the way back to first conception when Glenn conceived of the vision. This is a very, and always has been, a very inclusive company. And if you look at this industry, and if you look at this company, I think it is a reflection of the society around us in the context of how many women are in real estate, for example, and how many women make up the agents in this company, the diversity, whether it's ethnic or gender or whatever else it might be. And now with our expansion internationally, diversifying our makeup all the more. And again, even without the sensitivities that exist in the world today, if we as a company or others like us aren't conscious of who we serve and how best to meet their needs, there's some pretty significant opportunity costs associated with it.
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Randall. And y'all stay tuned for so much more just solid information from all of the members of our cast here today. And we also have a very special treat. Those of us who are able to sit through this entire experience today, we will be selecting a member of our audience to have a virtual coffee with one of our amazing panelists. So make sure you stay through the entire experience. And then Catherine is going to kick us off with our first question.
Can we make it something stronger than coffee, Sybil?
I mean...
Well, what you put in your coffee, that's up to you, right? So
That's right.
but I'll touch on this as well. This the concept of money leaving on the table. It is, and Randy, I think you hit on it. The fact is that every company, wherever they starts with sort of whatever we'll call it the local makeup of that particular location or what have you. I'm Pacific Northwest based, right up on the Canadian border, and not a really diverse group, in terms of just diversity in general. But as we've continued to expand, in order to grow the business, you have to continually be working on the business to be able to get those viewpoints, whether it be culturally, the Pacific Northwest or the Northwest of Washington State is totally different than the makeup of how things work in Texas or Florida or Massachusetts or any other part of the U.S. And so the need to sort of think about what does that mean and how do you pull in that. If you don't, there's not a lot of people who want to join a Pacific Northwest business because that's just not the way things work in other parts of the country. So diversity is a huge driver to financial results over time.
Absolutely.
Well, this kind of ties right in with our first question for the panelists. In 2 minutes or less, preferably less, what is your personal philosophy around diversity? And I guess let's start with Jason.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Personal philosophy around diversity, probably informed by my upbringing. I grew up in a small city, probably about 75, 80,000 people, and predominantly Irish and Italian Catholic until the 1970s, at which point there was a large influx of Hispanic members of the population, and the city was very, very resistant to embrace that population. And as a result, I think even today you see that Lawrence, Massachusetts is really one of the hardest hit, most downtrodden, fiscally bruising cities in Massachusetts, certainly, and maybe even in much of the United States. So the failure to embrace diversity, I think, can have real consequences. But Randy talked about the sensitivities. I just don't get it, I guess, on some fundamental level. A lot of the dialogue that's been happening. I mean, to me, it's not really about opinion. It's not really about politics. It's really just about social justice and how you treat people. And I think about it from the agent level. What opportunities are you going to be cutting off for yourself if you're not embracing diversity? If we look at the industry, I think one of our advantages is that we're cloud-based, right? So we don't have physical brick and mortar, which means that we're not putting our offices in predominantly white neighborhoods, and we can serve more people. But I think about, I could say a lot on this, but the conferences that we go to as an industry, my favorite conference in the industry is NAR, which is happening right now, right? And the reason why I love it is because it's not homogenous. I mean, you got people that are from low dollar neighborhoods, you got people that are different ethnicities, religions, different political leanings. I mean, that's what's so exciting about the business to me. And if you can't embrace that, I think you're missing out on a big part of what makes the business so special.
Absolutely. Very well put. Glenn, how about you? Can you share with us your personal philosophy around diversity?
Yeah. So, I'm a business nerd, as many of you might sort of imagine. Spent countless time just immersing myself in what makes businesses tick, and what I've learned over time is, and it really, I think Duncan on Monday really touched on this quite a bit, is if you're not bringing in a diverse group of opinions, and your opinions are shaped by one thought system, wherever that thought system comes from, you're missing out on opportunities to be creative. So when somebody comes from a different culture, a different background, different religious affiliation, different whatever, and if you're not providing a way to learn from those individuals, you're missing really this opportunity to sort of be creative. One of my teachers years ago, and it was in a and I forget the name of the course, but he came up with this sort of philosophy that I really embraced, which is, if you can't see the perspective of another person such that you can articulate well where they're seeing things from, you don't understand that group or that dynamic. And if you don't understand it, then there's no way that you can actually embrace the good stuff. Every culture, every what have you, has pluses and minuses to that thought system, and so what I just think about is the idea that if I'm not being challenged, and then on top of that, recognize what that challenge means to me, and how some of that might be threatening to certain things that came from my upbringing, and I don't process that sort of out to understand that a lot of this is just programming that was given to me in some capacity by others. And if I don't sort of figure out ways to work that out, I'm going to continually miss out on the opportunities that come along with that. So that for me, and I'm about as typical of a sort of a business guy as you can get. I'm a 50-year-old white guy. I mean, that's about as atypical as you can get, and yet, to some extent, one of and Jason, certainly Randy and Fee see this, just in terms of my operating. It's like, I want to be uncomfortable, because it's in that being uncomfortable with different thought systems that I learn what those actually mean to other people. Hopefully, I can embrace that in such a way that can bring people together. And so, and I think that's what makes us good salespeople too. If those of us that are salespeople in the room, if we truly can't embrace the person that's in front of us, how the heck are we going to actually get them to do what it is that they want us to help them do? Whether buy or sell a home, or help them with their financial picture, whether what the EXP opportunity means, and so I think it's really diversity is ultimately going to enhance where we're going. It's going to hurt depending on on how we approach it.
Absolutely, it's both a an opportunity and a potential competitive advantage, or the opposite, right? But I know that we will see this as a competitive advantage, that it is. Thank you so much. Randy, how about you? 2 minutes or less?
2 minutes or less, that's a challenge. I think, both Jason and Glenn have made great points. As Jason indicated, I mean, we're all informed by our upbringing. We either embrace that, we run away from it, we learn from it, we do whatever. In my case, I was raised on military bases around the U.S. and other parts of the world, so was exposed to a great deal insofar as cultural diversity, ethnic diversity, and the like, which I found to be a very rich upbringing. And those things inform kind of the way I look at the world. And I think, Glenn's point is excellent, and we share a philosophy on this in the context of if our objective is, whether it's in this organization or it's in a nonprofit or it's in a neighborhood community group, if the objective is to get it right, it doesn't matter where the idea or the concept or the debate is coming from. If we're trying to do the right thing, we really shouldn't have to work at inclusion and diversity. It's just a natural byproduct of being open to our surroundings and trying to get it right. Now, in the real world, it isn't always nice and clean like that, and you do have to be conscious of a few things, but the concept of being uncomfortable, inviting dissenting opinion, not for the purpose of an argument, but for the purpose of getting it right and engaging in a respectful debate. And you can't do that. And Glenn's comment, I'll take a little bit further, because it's the specific advice I've given my youngest son in the midst of the current political environment. That, look, dude, if you react viscerally to what someone else says, irrespective of what side of the aisle you're standing on, and you cannot articulate why they think what they think, I mean, what does it say about you? That you haven't taken the time to understand what somebody else is thinking. And if you better understand that, it may not change your point of view. You may feel all the more strongly about the way you feel, but you at least have an informed perspective and can demonstrate that you can engage in a constructive debate with someone with whom you might not agree, all of which are really important things for, I think, the conduct of a business, the conduct of social affairs, and the like. And again, I'll say, if you're trying to do the right thing, this really shouldn't be that hard to ensure that we are mindful of diversity and inclusion.
Awesome points. And I think it definitely leads us right into our next question. Fee, we want your informed perspective that Randy was just talking about, and how you conduct your business, right? So we all know that Fee is a fellow EXP agent and entrepreneur. How has this business model enhanced and helped you feel even more productive as you continue to grow your personal brand and have those differing business opportunities?
Cool. Thank you, Sybil. It's everything. It informs just about everything that I do in my business life, in my personal life. And so the biggest thing that I think that this business model has done for me is it's leveled the playing field. I was one Hail Mary away. We have this kind of avatar thing that we kind of created, and I'm basically the Hail Mary. I was the middle-aged kind of woman who was unchallenged. I was bored because I'm more of an entrepreneur than I am a real estate agent, but I was not connected to my purpose or my passion. My business was transactional versus being transformative. And so what this business model has done is it flipped the script upside down. Like when Glenn created it, it made it so that agents can be equity owners without the risk. And so my thinking was, I was going to get out of the business at first until people like, Allison and Dawn and Gene Frederick, who owned the Keller Williams office in the Monterey Peninsula. So I've known Gene for about 10 years. Showed me this model. And so it has helped me in terms of honor my brand promise and help me become more of who I was supposed to be, which is about living better. And so everything that I've been able to do is to focus on living better and helping those others in my life, whether it's business or professionally, to live better. And so that's it. That's kind of my brand promise.
Awesome.
Wow.
Thanks, Fee.
Beautiful. Thank you, Fee. So for all panelists, we know that the next generation is all about corporate social responsibility. Can you talk to us about how this investment has mattered to the EXP brand and the future of the business?
Well, I think first, I'll touch on it. First, I think one of the things we've already touched on a little bit, we're multi-state, multi-city, multi-market, enterprise, and now multi-country, and so for us, I mean, it's just and the fact that we've done some things that are really unique, and one of them is being a 100% remote organization in terms of, we have no corporate office. Like I was explaining to somebody yesterday, if you go to the corporate office of EXP, which is like 2219 Rimland Drive in Bellingham, Washington, Suite 301, it's an office with a door, a single office with a door at a Regis there that is that somebody comes and collects mail 2 or 3 times a week from. So as a result, we've been able to bring in a staff from all over the country, irregardless of where they live, and that fundamentally changes what it means to work at EXP. So normally you're going to be 20 to 30 minutes from wherever your corporate location is, maybe an hour at most, to commute in and out of the office, and so your demographic is going to be whatever generally is around your physical location. And here we're able to really embrace anyone who wants to step up. And I know we've got some other questions that'll come on a little bit later, but the reality is that we're able to remove many of the social biases from the hiring process, and as a result, we're able to bring a very diverse group of people together to work together, shoulder to shoulder, and it's I think it's it's a game changer, quite frankly, and that from my perspective.
And then by extension, the way in which we try to operate the company in the context of inclusion means that people of every description, of every age, can have a voice. This is a company that strives, like so many others, to incent people in some way to act like owners. And at EXP, you really can become an owner through the stock program. And more particularly to have a voice. If you look at the breakout sessions, and I think the one before this was, I can't remember what it was called, but it was for the younger folks, young entrepreneurs, or whatever it might be. I'm sorry, I can't recall what the name of it was. But we try to create a mechanism through which to give everyone a voice who wants it. We make a spot, which is highly unusual, to have minimum of 2 real estate agents on our board of directors. So those spots held currently by Gene Frederick and Fee Gentry, to ensure that the people on the line who are responsible for generating revenue every single day in this company and for leveraging the resources that we try to provide have a voice in the boardroom. And that voice then extends to every single agent, no matter how old, how young, gender, ethnic background, country that they might be operating in. So from the standpoint then of social responsibility and trying to invite opinion and deliver those things that matter to people, both on a business level, given the practices that you each run, as well as maintaining a level of social responsibility that's consistent with the diverse group of people that make up this organization. I think it's a very rich way of doing it. There are very few organizations, I think, on the planet that are of this size that people have that kind of access.
I'll just add, Catherine, I think that this is a progressive company in so many different ways, and our agents are progressive agents. And doesn't necessarily mean that they're all young or of a certain generation, but they're really thinking ahead about things. And I think that our agents want us to be good stewards, or to be a corporately a socially responsible company. And I think about whether it's our zero carbon footprint, but I don't know what year it was or what event it was, but there was an event in EXPCon, I think it was a couple of years ago, where Glenn at the very end came out and announced that both his personal and the company's commitment to News Story to build homes in Haiti. And I don't recall a time at any of our live events where there was more excitement generated or enthusiasm that came together around a particular issue. And I think that's the type of agents we have. So, how does it matter to the brand, and how does it matter to the future of the business? I think if we weren't socially responsible, we wouldn't have the people that we have today.
Absolutely. And, perhaps we wouldn't draw the kind of customer base that we do as well without that social responsibility. With respect to the social responsibility of the next generation?
Yes. Jason Dorsey, who's, a I think what he's a generational specialist. He spoke to it all the more, is that, it is important for our company to, embrace millennials and Generation Z, as well as everybody. That's why we've made investments into beefing up our young professionals network, as well as our seniors network. People don't realize this, but we've done the census, and 58% of our agents are, 58% of our agents or more are greater, I think the number is like 70% or so are over the age of 50 in this company. So we're kind of, we've kind of got a little bit of age to us, but that's where the most money is. That's where our most productive agents seem to be, our teams. And so we need the balance of having our, younger generations who embrace technology, who embrace, diversity and inclusion, continue to help grow the future of our company. So that's all I have on it.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Fee. To piggyback off of that, so I know we're talking about current state, all the things we're currently doing. Can one or all of you talk briefly about some of our projected diversity opportunities and business opportunities that definitely will make sense for 2021 growth and international expansion, etc.?
Well, I'll tell you, on the international side, and I think everybody here has probably had at least some exposure to Michael Valdez since he joined the company, and he talks a lot about where we're going to go and going in with a critical mass, and here's the GDP for this country, right? And he focuses on all of those things. But I will tell you, when I met Michael, it was last November, about a year ago, in New York, and we had a conversation about a lot of different things, and he knew more about everything that we were talking about than I did by far, except for EXP. And so when we started talking about EXP and the idea of global, and this idea that you could have people in the same exact location, right, this world, the EXP world, who are speaking different languages and who are different religious backgrounds, I've said it so many times, I probably shouldn't even repeat it again, but the strength that comes from the diversity of background and experience, as well as the personal attributes and background of the people in these countries, when you have agent ownership combined with people who are all going to the same place every day trying to build the best company they can, and they bring that all to the table, it's a very difficult and powerful force, difficult force to stop. And he lit up when we talked about that in our meeting. You could see it. He just got visibly excited about that idea, and so I think it'll very much guide our direction as we move into other countries.
One thing I noted, and a lot of it just even in the last few months, especially around the election, is that inside of EXP, we're all one company working together to try to help our others succeed at the highest level, and obviously thinking about specifically our agents and brokers and staff here, but then obviously by extension our customers. And what's cool is that a lot of people who you might go on to social media and you might see, different political views being posted sort of more publicly, which I have some challenges with that. But in EXP, we all are supporting each other, and it doesn't matter what our political view is, our religious, our background, or anything. We're all together helping everybody together. So it's really kind of this very unique ecosystem that we have, where a lot of what might be perceived to be biases by others, when you on an outward basis in EXP, those biases sort of disappear, and we're all on the same team working together, which is pretty awesome from that perspective. And hopefully, obviously, the idea would be that would have a ripple effect, into the greater world, so that we can really show how organization that is diverse in multiple viewpoints can actually influence the others to sort of operate from this higher perspective.
Absolutely, it kind of ties in with the diversity is innovation conversation that we had in one of the keynotes this week with Duncan. So absolutely, and it really does just tie in with who we are as an organization. And I think that, at least speaking for myself, it really just brings us back to purpose, Glenn, as you've been reminding us of this week. So incredible. Hey, so as we get ready to open up to Q&A, I would like to ask everyone on the panel to take 1 minute and give us one key takeaway.
I'll go first. And by the way, while we've been in this conversation today, some of you probably know, having seen the Inman story, but today is the day that NIR voted on changes to its code of ethics, so that discriminatory language, I hope I don't botch the summary, but basically no longer can you be hateful in your speech and say that you weren't engaged in the business of selling real estate. So they've extended anti-discrimination provision to include all of an agent's activities. And I've just been trying to watch the vote. It looks like hopefully I'm dependable on this, but by a vote of 570 to 233, the motion passed, which is just great. I think, the takeaway for me, first of all, a takeaway from the conference is that remarkably, we've been fortunate every year to say that each conference is better than the last one. And if ever there were a year where you could challenge, that, it would be this. Yet this has been the best EXP con yet for me. So, but the other takeaway I'd say is, as you're thinking about the business and what it is to do, I mean, this is the only profession that I really know of where every single day your job is to go out and with a lot of energy and a lot of excitement, go meet people and just meet people, whoever they are, from whatever walk of life. I don't know any other business like it, and I wouldn't want to be in any other business.
For me, our conferences are always extraordinary for their energy, the new agents that show up, the prospective agents that show up. And to Jason's point, it's a little more challenged when the whole thing is virtual and a little more difficult to renew friendships and to meet new folks. Nevertheless, it's been extraordinarily constructive. But I think it all harkens back to Glenn's understanding in founding the company as to who the company was being founded for. And it's a recognition that our customer is first. Our customers are the agents that we serve. And the reason that we talk about being an agent-obsessed company is just that. We cannot grow could not have grown to the level that we have, and can't grow to the level that we aspire to without constantly keeping in mind who it is we serve, who it is we're doing all of this for, This is not just an inanimate business where we all sit around in a boardroom and talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but it's really a focus on delivering to the people that are looking for the resources, the tools, the education, and the guidance to build their practices. Layer on top of that an extraordinary economic opportunity, and three legs of that stool, and another leg of the stool that builds upon that. That's purpose driven, as Glenn has spoken about. That relates to giving and the like. An awful lot of people in this room, an awful lot of people amongst the 38,000 plus agents that we have on board today have done extraordinarily well financially, and they're still here. They're engaged every day serving their customers. They're engaged every day in this company, trying to continue to build their practice, and more particularly, and this is one of the things that stands out for me at every single conference, and a virtual conference is no exception. And I think, Renee, you're out there someplace, or you were at the beginning of the meeting. You and I have had a conversation about this. It always strikes me the degree to which agents are talking about forming groups or getting better in the groups that they have to help other agents become successful. Icons talking about creating more icon agents, and working so hard together to make this a better place, because it's more fun, right thing to do. We build something better, and as owners, we all benefit from it, and that's part of what makes this a great deal of fun.
Absolutely. Bea, how about you? Can you give us a key takeaway about diversity and inclusion, and what the audience you'd really like us to walk away with?
This is the main point, and the reason that we wanted to have this, and it's really simple. It's in the title. Diversity and inclusion makes dollars and cents. It's not only the right thing to do, it's a good thing to do, so it's good for business. Plain and simple.
I love that, Bea, and I love the punchline. It's plain, it is simple, and I think that EXP has just done a phenomenal job of providing us with so many resources. That Bea, I'm gonna tag you and say, talk about some of those resources. I know we've got one EXP, but talk about some of the other resources that EXP is providing and has continued to provide.
Sure. Like we said, we've established, our key initiatives for diversity and inclusion. But we like I said, invested on the employment side. You're a witness to that, Sybil, where we've made high-level senior executive leadership hires, and like Michael Valdez and Courtney Chaperon and Anita and Jim Wong, who's our president of commercial. So we've made those key hires. The other part that has been really great is, we've introduced unconscious bias training that's going to be released in 2021. We've expanded our groups. And so we're thinking, and like kind of what Glenn talked about, we're thinking about diversity in all different aspects and ways. So, our seniors network, our Asian network, specifically our South Asian network, as we expand into India, we're looking at it from not just a domestic point of view, but we're looking at it internationally. We've got me is kind of a great example. I'm probably the best example in the sense that I'm the first African American female in U.S. history I've been told to be to serve on the board of directors of a publicly traded company. If that doesn't say anything, then I don't know what else does. And then we've made some public facing statements against social injustice, and then we're going to continue to invest, like we said, overseas in other countries, and invest in our agents in terms of education, awareness. We're going outside and go to the doors and start making specific campaigns to start attracting agents of color and of diverse backgrounds, like some of the larger groups of agents who are doing high producing agents and independent brokers who just have not come on yet because they don't have, the messaging hasn't spoken to them yet. So we've got, did I miss anything, Jason? Jason and I have some of these conversations, and Glenn, all of us have had. So did I miss anything?
I know we did the table talks.
The table talk. Yeah. We've got a lot of table talks of uncomfortable conversations. I mean, and we've had them. Yeah.
One of the things that I think is worth adding, Fee, since you mentioned the creation of various groups, whether it's South Asian or whatever else it might be, that relate either to a particular geographic setting or to particular interests and what have you, it's important to note that those aren't for the purpose of creating silos. Certainly it's an opportunity for people with similar backgrounds or interests or histories to come together and talk in a common language. But creating those groups is intended to create a higher level of inclusion so that we can funnel thoughts and ideas in such a way that as a corporation, as we continue to advance our collective agenda, both financially and in the context of cultural development and that sort of thing, continue to get better at what we do every day.
Well said.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know on the staff side, we are definitely celebrating just a steady and a consistent increase in the diversification of our staff overall. And we have seen significant changes. I'm talking about 30% now is our diversity metric, right? So we are EXP proud that it's a very conscious and responsible decision that we have backed by our administrators and our leaders to say, this is what we are going to do, and we're going to do it right, and we're going to be the industry setters. And to Fee's point, we did release unconscious bias this year to all of our staff. So that means all almost 700 people in this organization have either sat through unconscious bias training at least once or are scheduled to do so in the next few weeks. So just such an amazing opportunity now. And I'm so grateful, as Fee and everyone said earlier, to just be a proud member of EXP. With the few minutes that we have left, we definitely want to open it up to the floor to questions. If you want to, pop it in the chat. And I want to go ahead and proactively thank Donald and Debbie for monitoring those chats to let us know how we can help steward some of these questions. What do we have here, Donald or Debbie?
So we have Melanie Thomas, who has a question in the chat, and it's, how does diversity tie in, interrelate with our existing core values?
Yeah, so it's an interesting one because it's we had this big debate early on about the core values, and I would go back, and certainly Jason remembers this, and probably Randy as well. But we were looking at what should be our core values, and and I'll use integrity. I'll talk about integrity because there's a lot of debate as to whether the word integrity should be part of a set of core values. It's considered to be by many a permission to play value, meaning if you don't have integrity, you don't have any right to really be in business to begin with. It's sort of like it's like the value that should go unstated. I tend to think of diversity as almost in that same vein, which is that if a company is truly purpose-driven, diversity should naturally flow from that company or organization. So we didn't put it into our core values as a specific core value. We did use integrity, and don't get me wrong, this is not a blanket statement, but we've all met certain real estate agents didn't operate from a high degree of integrity, if we've been out there listing and selling real estate. And so we thought, it should be one we put in there and actually make, overt. I think there's now, there's been some internal discussion whether we should have a 10th core value, and that being diversity and inclusion. The cool thing is that, as an organization, we have, and we continue to do, and Sybil talked about this earlier, and I'd love to get a little bit of feedback. I know there was a question on 30% of what, and so Sybil, I'd love to get, what that exactly is in your definition of diversity. But, as an organization, I can just tell you that, the reason why we've made many of the hires we've made is because of our commitment to diversity and inclusion, and I think that's I think that shows up.
Absolutely.
I would say if you look at some of the others.
And I did.
Sorry, Sue. Just real quick. I mean, community, right? I mean, if you want to be a good neighbor, you're going to have neighbors that aren't like you, right? There's going to be diversity in your neighborhood. There's going to be, collaboration. I mean, how can you collaborate if you can't embrace the people that are in the room with you? So I think a lot of our values really, speak to our embrace of diversity and inclusion. But happy to hear the conversations ongoing about possibly adding.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you, Glenn. And to answer the question that Glenn said he saw in the chat, as well as the 30%, that means 1 out of every 3 employees is a member of a diverse background, a protected class, a something, right? We have made exceptional strides to educate on what protected classes are, how we recruit proactively for people from diverse backgrounds. I think it's just an amazing tune to of our current staff are represented in some form or fashion in protected classes.
We're losing you, Sybil.
Yeah, I think we lost Sybil. So Catherine, you want to?
Yeah, I'll pick it up from here. So absolutely, that is incredible. One other thing we want to make sure that we remind everybody of, today's the last day to fill out your census. And by filling out your census, this is how we can be sure that we really do hear from everybody and ensure we represent everyone. And, it's part of this incredible brokerage that we are, that, we have the opportunity that this matters and our voices matter. So if you haven't already done your census, please make sure you get it done today. Right after this would be awesome. And, again, that way we can be sure that we're going in the right direction and that we've got everybody covered. Another call to action everybody can do is join 1EXP. You can join 1EXP itself, the kind of Uber group, and there are also, as we've discussed, several subgroups. You can join one or as many as you want. And I think another thing that maybe we haven't touched on today in this session, but we have elsewhere this week, is there's a lot of overlap, right, between the different groups. I know, just speaking for myself, I can probably cover at least 3 of them, and I'm sure many of us are in the same boat. So again, don't be shy to keep in tune with multiple 1EXP groups as well. And I guess lastly, I want to make sure we announce the winner, which we've got, and that is Annie Kosevich. Annie, are you in the room? Kosevich?
She is here.
Annie, you are the winner of our 22-minute coffee or your beverage of your choice with one of the panelists. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Who does Annie want to pick? That's what we want to know. Everybody's want to know who she picked.
You can type it in the chat, Annie. She says her mic's not working. It is a tough choice.
Putting her on the spot. Good stuff. Well, just reach out to ping us privately if you want to keep it.
Absolutely. Very good.
They'll probably end up with 4 different one-on-ones now, because
Yeah, any extras would be much appreciated.
You might as well get in the system if you can, right?
All right. So we'll figure that out offline. Fee, did I miss anything? Did you want to talk any more about 1EXP 2.0 or
no? I mean, well,
otherwise?
For those, since I have this captured audience, for those of you all, those of you all are interested in, in what we're talking about here and making our company, because our mission is to become the most diverse and inclusive company in the industry. We want to shape the industry, not just our company. If those of you will have an interest in serving, on our core team, leadership team, or as an ambassador, or on any of our task force, we need the talent. We're looking for people with content and who can do content and technology and special events like this. It takes it's a volunteer organization. So any of you who want to have an interest in volunteering, we would love to talk to you. If you have, foreign language specialties, any of that, we just love to hear from you. So I think that's about it. Thanks, y'all.
Hey, Fee, did you mention the census? Today is the very last day. Did we cover that while I was entering back in?
Yes, we got you, Sybil.
Oh, thanks, everyone.
Absolutely.
Well, awesome. Catherine, you want to close us out?
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. I think I speak for many people talking about purpose. Diversity and globalization are my why. And to be part of this organization and to have all of you here speaking about these things from the heart as you do is just, incredible. And thank you all so much. I know I speak for many of us. And again, I can't imagine why anybody would want to be anywhere else. So thank you so much.
Great job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you
thanks,
to our
everyone.
panelists.
Yep, thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
We didn't take a picture. We forgot to take a picture.
Let's take a picture.
You guys want to take a picture?
We could do a dance party.
Picture.
Dance on out of here.
Jason's grooving all the time. You guys want to take a picture? How did we take a picture? I know Damien's really good at taking a picture.
I'm taking video, so do whatever you're gonna do. I got you guys.
Oh, you got us.
Thanks,
Riz. Always Riz, man.
I need to
Riz.
take my sunglasses
Take
off.
my spot, Riz. Take my spot.
Is that my